Forum on Earthquake Preparedness. My name is Jamie Barnett. I'm Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and I really appreciate you joining us this morning, those of you in person, those of you who are serving on our panel, and those of you who are joining by webcast. You know, it was about 200 years ago, this coming December, that a massive earthquake occurred in the New Madrid area of the country, the middle part of our section. It affected 1 million square miles. It was so powerful that the Mississippi River ran backwards for some time. It cracked sidewalks in Washington, D.C., and it was even reported to have rung bells in Boston. So we don't have the luxury of thinking that it can happen here. It can. And of course, 200 years ago, that whole area was fairly rural. Now we know that earthquakes in the earthquake zones of our country can be massively destructive because of the population that lives there. This forum was conceived really in preparation for the national level exercise, which is coming up later this month. We're working with our federal partners on that, but we thought that this would be a great discussion about that. That was well before the disastrous earthquake in Japan. Of course, last week several of our southern states experienced the wrath of Mother Nature and how it can unexpectedly bring communities unsuspecting to the potential devastation and loss of life. I grew up in that area of the country, so it had special meaning for me, and we certainly have our neighbors, friends, and fellow citizens who've suffered the Furo tornadoes in mind. At the same time, we have to look forward to how a similar situation can affect other portions of the country. And of course, as we all know, on March 11, 2011, a magnitude 9 earthquake that was followed by massive tsunami waves, really as high as 3 stories, struck northeastern Japan. It really dealt a crippling blow to Japan's communication systems and destroyed homes, businesses, structures, infrastructure in its path, left more than 11,000 dead or missing, maybe many more. As I watched the news of that great earthquake and tsunami, of course I had to think back to Hurricane Katrina and the destruction that it occurred. And of course that disaster is still with us. There have been, people were saved, structures have been rebuilt, but it's still a disaster that we have to deal with. We know that Japan will be dealing with this one for a long time. It's hard for us to imagine the enormity of Japan's loss, but it does it does make us think back to the things that we have lost, and we can sympathize with them. We know that Japan, with its resiliency, with its leadership, with its tremendous people, will be able to come through this, and will be able to draw strength from that, and we are pulling for them. The disaster in Japan is also a reminder that we can never be too vigilant in preparing for the next catastrophic event. And that's why I think it's so important to have forums like this to start that. We're very proud in having this earthquake communications preparedness to have some very distinguished guests, including Counselor Fujino from the Embassy of Japan, who you'll meet later on. We have federal partners from FEMA, from NCS here, from industry and the emergency response community. I trust that this forum will add new perspectives to the Commission's ongoing dialogue with you and with the public about how we can improve our nation's emergency response and disaster preparedness capabilities. Catastrophic national disasters such as hurricanes and earthquakes are large-scale emergencies that can affect substantial portions of the public and can have significant impact on critical national infrastructure. And to me, the most important of those is communications infrastructure and services, because those are so crucial in initially and in the following days after a disaster. The forum is intended to consider the preparations that should be made in advance of an earthquake and how to develop and implement national communications policies and emergency procedures to respond to the earthquake's impact. This forum will highlight those practices that are best to prepare the public and the communications sector for such a catastrophic earthquake. We're very fortunate to be joined today by the Chief Administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, who will be here shortly. We appreciate his time. He'll be giving a first-hand account of the FEMA's activities and preparation. I mentioned Counselor Masaru Fujino of the embassy and his discussion of the Japanese preparations, perhaps some of the absolute best in the world in advance of the Great Eastern earthquake, should bring into immediate focus the requirements to prepare in advance for the future events of this nation. Our first panel is intended to consider what can be expected from a large-scale earthquake and preparations to respond in this nature. The recent earthquake in Japan, New Zealand, Haiti, and other areas of the world have shown that advanced planning and preparation can lead to fewer deaths. Our second panel will explore the national policies and provider services, response capabilities that ensure first responders and the public have access to essential communications. This panel will also show how national communication policies and emergency procedures should be developed. And this will include a discussion on the use of federal assets and the ability of individual sectors within the communication industry to recover from large-scale disasters. And we'll be very honored to have Richard Reed, the Special Assistant to the President for Homeland Security, as part of that panel. And he'll be joined by leaders of industry, from the broadcast community, from major service providers and newly energized internet product providers to discuss this as well. And then I'm also pleased that we will have an internal ad hoc working group composed of FCC subject matter experts that have been working with their Japanese counterparts from the Embassy of Japan, the Ministry of Information and Communications and Industry. And the purpose of this working group is to better understand the disaster, share lessons learned from our own experiences with Hurricane Katrina, and to offer others really assistance and necessary to understand the appreciation for what Japan has gone through. Lastly, most and importantly, I would encourage all those in attendance at the Commission, as well as those who are joining us by webcast, to submit questions you can log in if you're on the web. I can't promise that we'll have time to address all of them, but we will certainly like to do that and have this as an ongoing dialogue with you and conversation. So, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate that, and Mr. Fugate, we appreciate having you. When I first arrived at the Commission, really the first thing that Chairman Janikowski told me is he wanted to make sure that the FCC was ready. He's been focused on disaster preparations and our ability to respond. He keeps us focused on that. We appreciate that. So would you join me in welcoming our Chairman, Julius Janikowski?
Well, good morning, everyone. Admiral, thank you for organizing this forum and for all the work that you do every day on our preparedness and on protecting our public safety. Administrator Fugate, thank you for taking the time to come here today. We know that, what day is it today? Tuesday, I guess Sunday, you were down in the South taking a hands-on look at the disaster there, and I know you've been working hard on that, and we're so appreciative that you're in this role, bringing your experience to these hard, devastating challenges for the country. We scheduled this forum before the recent events, before last week's events in the South. We did it after the earthquake and tsunami in Japan, which no doubt are reminders of how heavily we depend on reliable and resilient communications networks, especially during major emergencies. Same for the catastrophic earthquake in Haiti in January 2010. I'm pleased that particularly in Haiti, the FCC had people on the ground using some of the equipment that we uniquely have here to help respond to the disaster and help provide relief. I mentioned the recent disastrous tornadoes in Alabama, elsewhere in the South, again underscoring how critical reliable communications networks are. Here at the FCC, thanks to Admiral Barnett and the Chief of our Media Bureau, Bill Lake, we've been actively monitoring, staying in touch with the situation on the ground in the South. Thus far, carriers and broadcasters have been handling the damage to the communications infrastructure admirably. We've let them know that we are prepared to move quickly with respect to temporary orders or other assistance, but thankfully major steps haven't been required by the FCC in connection with the disaster in the South. We have heard, I just heard this from Administrator Frugate, we had it from others. The big issues tend to be power, both power for the mobile networks themselves, making sure they stay up, and then also power for devices that ordinary citizens have and that first responders have. And that's, I think, one of the learnings that seems to be coming quickly out of the tragedy in the South. It is, of course, an unfortunate irony that disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes often provide the best opportunity to learn about what's working in our disaster response, but also what's not and what can be improved. That's why, as I mentioned, we organized this forum to make sure that we're really learning from what's happening on the ground all over the world as disasters occur. Now, in Japan, we know that the Japanese used broadband to mitigate the impact of the earthquake and tsunami, and their efforts do offer some examples to us. For example, the Japan Meteorological Agency's earthquake early warning system relied on broadband to automatically issue alerts via cell phones and TV after the first less harmful earthquake shockwave, providing a short window for people to prepare for the more powerful shockwave that followed. The broadband-based warning system in Japan also caused many emergency plants, industrial facilities, and transportation services to shut down automatically, averting problems at these locations. High-speed trains automatically came to safe stops in response to earthquake alerts transmitted along the rail system. Now, obviously, there were issues in Japan that we read about and see every day. We also want to learn from the things in Japan that worked well, that saved lives, that averted tragedy. Here in the U.S., we don't have a comparable earthquake warning system. It's something we should consider, especially for our regions that are most prone to earthquakes. The events in Japan also demonstrate the importance of reliable and resilient internet-based communications, especially mobile services. Residents of Japan with mobile phones, for example, were able to rely on their battery-powered devices to access web-based disaster message boards, Twitter, and social networking sites to report on their status and check for updates regarding family and friends. So these new technologies of connectivity made a difference on the ground to people in Japan. Of course, it required the systems to be up, and it required the devices that people had to be charged. The continued ability to use wireless devices to access the internet was in large part due to the redundancy of Japan's wireless mesh network, which can automatically reroute signals over alternate paths if one route is destroyed. The reliability of mesh networking is another lesson we can draw from Japan. Likewise, in Haiti, communications after the earthquake depended on surviving cellular networks, most of which had backup power, but we also remember that it was very important at the beginning of that disaster to prioritize getting fuel to stations that didn't have backups. And there were many close calls there, as those of us who were involved in that remember. The Japanese tragedy also showed the role that broadcasting plays in emergencies. Radio, in particular, played a significant role in Japan as residents who lost power could turn on their radio in their cars and receive essential information there. So in addition to broadcasts over TV, the radio in cars provided very useful help because even where the power was down, your car would continue to work for some time. The Japanese tragedy also showed the importance of having redundant transmission facilities. 3 of 7 trans-Pacific undersea cables had sections of their systems badly damaged in the earthquake. These undersea cable systems are expected to be restored soon. The work is underway. But because of both the redundancy and the resiliency of the undersea cable networks, international communications to Japan continued even in the days immediately following the earthquake. Now, such redundancy is generally in place for undersea cable systems that serve the U.S. The Commission keeps a close eye on the resiliency of these important communications networks. Japan shows us why it's important that we be vigilant, and we need to continue to make sure that we're doing what we need to do with respect to undersea cables. Now, in general, the FCC has in recent years made important strides in working with our private sector to strengthen the reliability and resiliency of our communication systems. in large measure because of the experiences of major disasters such as the attacks of 9/11, the massive destruction and loss of life caused by Hurricane Katrina in August of 2005. We're working with the public safety community very closely on these issues as well. Just last month, we launched a notice of inquiry on the reliability and continuity of communications networks to examine the most effective ways to ensure that our critical communications infrastructure is prepared when disaster strikes. Asking these questions is important. Answering them is even more important. It's one of the reasons we called this forum today. The rapid migration of our nation's communications infrastructure from older legacy technologies to newer internet protocol-based broadband technologies requires us to further ensure that these modern networks can respond to major outages caused by natural disasters. We need a better understanding of how to minimize outages across all communications platforms, how we can strengthen the reliability of emergency communications while balancing the limited resources of communications carriers. Today's forum is one that I've been looking forward to and that I'm both confident of, and by the way, I think it's incredibly important that we roll up our sleeves at this workshop today and make real progress on providing answers. We have, I'm happy to say, a very strong slate of participants in this forum. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our speakers and panelists for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here today. Let me thank and recognize again Administrator Fugate from FEMA for his consistently strong leadership of the nation's emergency response agency and for your willingness, sir, to contribute to this event, notwithstanding the many demands on your time right now. Let me recognize the President's Special Assistant for Homeland Security, Richard Reed. We very much appreciate his participation, particularly in light of the key role he is playing advising the President following major disasters such as the earthquakes in Japan and Haiti and the recent devastating tornadoes in Alabama and other parts of the South. We have here today Counselor Fujino from the Embassy of Japan. We welcome you. We extend our sincere concerns and sympathy to the Japanese people during this difficult time. As with Hurricane Katrina in the U.S., the Great East Japan earthquake offers the opportunity to enhance our understanding of disasters and the crucial role served by emergency communications to improve disaster preparedness and readiness. I challenge each of you participating today to take advantage of this collection of experts and this opportunity to help us determine how we can best prepare our country for the disasters that we hope never will come, but we know we risk every day. Thank you very much. And Admiral, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Craig Fugate has a long resume. Because his time is short, I'm not going to read his resume, but we are very privileged to have him here with us today. And let me say this, he oversees 3,700 employees, another 4,000 that look after us, prepare for disaster, respond to disaster. And I don't know if you knew this, but the United States maintains a laboratory for emergency response, emergency preparedness. It's called Florida. Mr. Fugate was the director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, where he got firsthand knowledge on a daily and certainly annual basis on how to prepare and how to prosecute good response for disasters. So it's with a great deal of pleasure that I get to introduce to you today Mr. Craig Fugate, Administrator of FEMA. Thank you, sir, for being here.
My time will be short. Given everything we've gotten on, you would probably wonder why I'm even back in D.C. I got back in last night. I'm actually going to go down to Tucson River and talk about hurricane preparedness, because as much as I've asked the Weather Service to postpone hurricane season with all the fires, floods, and tornadoes, they said it's a certain date that it will start June 1st. I want to hit 4 broad areas, because I think, when we talk about communications and we talk about the public, oftentimes I almost get a sense we pit one against the other in how we describe things. I think we talk a lot about social media at the expense of the broadcasters. I think we talk a lot about public safety communications, but then we come back to broadband. And then there's one group that we never talk about, but they're the ultimate backups, and they were the originators of what we call social media, and that's the amateur radio operators. So, oh yeah, you guys are here. I didn't know that, but that didn't matter. I think when we talk about earthquakes in particular, because of all the types of disasters we face, they're the ones that have the tendency to do the most damage to the infrastructure that creates the longest periods of outages. Even when we look at most of the hurricanes, once you get past the grid and you start getting things back up and towers back up, you don't tend to see some of the types of damages you see in earthquakes. Earthquakes are probably, of all the things we face, going to be the most devastating to all of our resilient systems, backups, the things that we build in place. Because, you know, as we found out in Haiti, we found out otherwhere, even if the cellular wireless service gets up, if we can't pump fuel and get fuel to those generators, they're going to go down. You know, even if we can get the broadcasters back up, or particularly radio stations that can increase power to get into areas that lost coverage, again, in that infrastructure of just getting people around, getting supplies in, we maybe not be able to get there fast enough. So I want to hit 4 key areas. First thing is public safety communications and the evolution of the enhanced 911 and looking at next-gen 911. The reality is we're in a mobile world. The information that people have, I want you to start thinking of these things less about a communication platform as a data point and a sensor in a disaster. Now, currently, our 911 systems, which I used to administer when I was back home in Alachua County, Florida, were traditionally started out analog, voice, with some data basically to tell me where I was at. As cell phones came along, we had to struggle with how do we locate cell phones because they didn't necessarily know where they were at when they were calling. But now we have people that literally can give us information, pictures, video. And one of the things about earthquake early detection that the commissioner talked about, that I know the FCC's been looking at, they get this one program they got, Did You Feel It? They oftentimes get a better sense of how far out things have gone from people reporting in. Well, I'm waiting for the person, they may be out there, but could you imagine if we had an app for this? Think of how many of these cell phones that have accelerometers in them right now, all right? If we had an app that said, if your accelerometer detects certain types of motion and you get more than a couple of reports, so we would crowdsource this so if you dropped your phone you wouldn't set off the system, that it would detect. But think about this. This isn't science fiction. This is actually, we've got all the pieces. We have, through the emergency alert system, the way to get, once we have an official alert from an authorized agency like USGS that an earthquake is occurring, we can get warning out through a lot of platforms and what the FCC's done with the commercial carriers to get that to the cell phones. But think about it. If we had these accelerometers and you downloaded an app and you willingly did this, where you would actually, if your accelerometer picked up certain types of motion, it would send that text to the USGS. They would aggregate and crowdsource and go, we are detecting an earthquake, and immediately triggered a warning like they do in Japan to give people a few seconds. I mean, we don't get a lot of time with this, but we saw in Japan where 15 to 30 seconds gave people to get to cover and save lives. We have built this backbone in this country. We have the warning systems. We need to continue to enhance that. But for the response community, our ability to get from the public that what their needs are through the next-gen 911 is going to be critical to giving them better information. I mean, for the fire response, how many times you guys got dispatched to an unknown and you don't know till you get on scene? And today, we actually see this happening in Europe, where they're streaming pictures and videos from the scene back to the responders as they're en route. That's currently being done elsewhere. We are working, and I'm really pleased to see that our commissioner at the FCC is looking at how do we get better tools and look at how do we do these things to support the responders using what the public is using to communicate. I mean, we used to really force people to fit how we communicate. I think the technology allows us to start figuring out how people really communicate and share that information. But all of those systems do us no good if the responders cannot communicate among themselves, cannot communicate with those that are coming in to support them. We have invested a lot of money in this country in supporting interoperability across the spectrum for the response community, but there is still work to be done. So for the primary for the response community is getting that call from help from the public, giving them as much information as available from that information, and making sure their communication is up and running and they can talk to both the surrounding communities and mutual aid that may be coming from other locations. This is a real success story in Alabama. Local communities far outside the area those tornadoes were responding in to support for the impacted communities. 2, broadcasters. A lot of local TV stations and radio stations sometimes really get into this question as we talk about social media, blogs, Twitter. It's almost as if, are they still relevant? In every one of these disasters, the answer is absolutely yes. As much as we have social media, you know who's actually providing a lot of that content? Is the local stations, local reporters that are actually on the ground. I had an incident where I was getting reports in that something bad had happened. I went to Twitter to see what was going on, and you know what my best information was? A link to a local station that had a camera and a helicopter shooting live video of what was going on. All the social media did was get me to the source. But it is still important to have that kind of information coming up. I heard time and time again throughout the Southeast and Tennessee, down in Alabama, Mississippi. You know what saved lives? The Weather Service issuing the warnings, but it was the local TV and radio stations who knew their communities, could talk to their people, and knew the geography, and knew how to pronounce the towns that sometimes, when you're talking about Cairo, no, it's Cairo. That means a lot to people, because when you're in a crisis, somebody saying Cairo, you're not registering. They say Cairo. Oh, that's us. But those local TV and radio stations that could take that information, not the national media, they do a good job, but to personalize it for the people there, save lives. So that role for the broadcasters and the ability to provide information is key, both before, during, and after the event occurs. Social media. I saw in Haiti something that I think caught me by surprise, and that is, we read about it, but until you see it, it's hard to understand. A lot of developing countries have bypassed wired infrastructure and have almost gone totally wireless. And when we got to Haiti, I mean, our BlackBerries were working. The cellular providers had done a lot of work to get things up. But what fascinated me was the number of people in Haiti that were using text messaging as a primary tool of communication. And if you weren't in Haiti, and even 5 or 6 years ago, this wasn't the case. But it had rapidly overtaken. We were thinking we had to get radio back up, TV back up. We brought in a lot of assets to communicate with people that way. What we found was they were using texting to get information. So we worked with the providers, both USAID, a UN, State Department, the embassy, to where we could actually start getting information out to people, but people could text messages in and get that into the UN system for response. We know that the public communication, their ability to share information, let people know they're okay, get information, is key, and they are mobile. So if you're building your web pages for anything but these type of devices, you're not going to be able to help in a disaster. So we have mobile web pages. If you want to take a look at one right now that's in use right now, m.fema.gov. It's our web page to help the survivors. No pretty pictures, no org charts, no mission statements. Just what do you need to get information, and people get it. But it goes back to something. We start thinking disaster, we need to get phone banks out there. No, we need to get cell charge banks out there too. As the wireless communications is back up and got the capacity, we need to help people keep their phones charged, because that's kind of getting to be a challenge. They've lost their chargers, they're not home, things like that. And so the public, again, we're changing this dialogue. I want you to think about the public this way. We don't really say this, but sometimes it's implied. We look at the public as a liability. I want you to look at the public as a resource. And I want you to recognize that the information they can provide us, what's going on in an area, and their ability to help provide information to their neighbors is a key part of any response. And so that situational awareness, the public has it. They're there. They're sending out information. But it's dependent upon us working with the wireless carriers to have those systems up so people can communicate. And then finally, I have got to come back to amateur radio. The initial communications out of Haiti, some of the communications at various parts, and we go back and forth across these disasters, is volunteers using assigned frequencies that they're allocated, their own equipment, their own money, nobody pays them. We're the first ones oftentimes getting word out in the critical first hours and first days as the rest of the systems came back up. And I think that there's a tendency that because we have done so much to build infrastructure and resiliency in all of our other systems, we have tended to dismiss that role when everything else fails. amateur radio oftentimes is our last line of defense. And I think at times we get so sophisticated and we have gotten so used to the reliability and resilience in our wireless and wired and our broadcast industry and all of our public safety communications that we can never fathom that they'll fail. They do, they have, they will. And I think a strong amateur radio community that's plugged into these plans, most of the time they're going to be bored because there's not a lot they're going to be doing that people aren't doing with Twitter and Facebook and everything else. But when you need amateur radio, you really need them. So 4 broad areas, all equally important, all key to one mission, and that is meeting the needs of survivors and helping them deal with the challenges that they face. As we like to say, FEMA is not the team, we're part of the team. We've got a lot of work to do to help our states and locals recover, but you talk about earthquakes. Of all the things I face, it is the one that not only is going to impact the survivors, but it's probably, of all the events we face, the most detrimental to the infrastructure and the cascading impacts that we will see occur when we start having large-scale disruptions that ripple across not only the areas of impact, but oftentimes far away from that and our ability to support that. So with that, I hope you got some good answers today, because I got lots of questions. I appreciate the leadership of the Commissioner and his team who have taken the FCC in a partnership with FEMA to a new level, who I see a commitment there to ensure that all aspects of communications work as a team and that we get things done. We just don't talk about it. So thank you very much.
Mr. Fugate, thank you so much for being here, taking time, and for also that tremendous address and thought that challenges to think even deeper and farther as we make preparations. And while I'm thanking people, I do want to add my thanks to our panelists, some of whom came from a long way, all of whom have taken time out of their busy schedules. And I'd also like to thank Colonel Bill Lane, our Chief of the Operations and Emergency Management Division, Ken Moran, who you also meet later on, all the people in OEM, Susan McLean, and everybody who prepared for this, and across the Commission, really. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you James Miller, who's going to introduce our special guest from the Embassy of Japan. James Miller is a member of the FCC staff in the Office of Engineering and Technology. As a senior attorney advisor in the Electromagnetic Compatibility Division, James's duties include legal analysis of a full range of interoperability and compatibility issues. And more importantly, for this occasion, James is also a Mansfield Fellow. The Mansfield Fellowship Program was named after Mike Mansfield, the former U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Senate Majority Leader, and Senator and Congressman from Montana. Really, it was a first-of-a-kind program for both the United States and Japan. The 2-year fellowships enabled U.S. government employees to develop an in-depth understanding of Japan, learn how its government works, and really establish relationships with their counterparts with the government of Japan, as well as in business and professional and academic communities. As a Mansfield Fellow, James had the pleasure of serving in the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, which is the FCC's counterpart. So if you would, please help me welcome James Miller.
Thank you very much, Admiral Barnett, Mr. Reed, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests. It is my deep personal pleasure and honor to introduce our distinguished guest, Mr. Masaru Fujino, Counselor for Communications Policy for the Embassy of Japan. As Admiral Barnett mentioned, I had the pleasure of working under Mr. Fujino at the Ministry of Communications during a congressional fellowship that we've just heard some about. Mr. Fujino is a very distinguished member of his ministerial community, and during my tenure with the ministry, oversaw the drafting of 3 amendments to their Radio Act, including those related to the DTV transition, the first discussions involving spectrum leasing, and other novel and important spectrum policy matters. Prior to his role as the senior planning officer overseeing the drafting of these amendments to the Radio Act, Mr. Fujino was involved in a diverse portfolio of matters, ministerial ordinances related to such things as broadband deployment, unbundling, and in particular the introduction of a TELRIC sort of model, the LRIC model for Japan, in the modifications to their Telecommunications Business Act. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Fujino. We look forward to your remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, James, for your very kind introduction. As he introduced, my name is Masaru Fujino. I'm working for the Japanese Embassy in Washington, D.C. Chairman Junakowski and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my condolence, sympathy for people who suffered in high winds that hit 7 states last Wednesday. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for your concern, care for us, and your very generous efforts to support us in Japan in a difficult situation. I appreciate having this opportunity to explain about what happened in Japan on March 11th and after, how we had prepared and responded to the earthquake and tsunami with information and communication technology. I hope that our experience will be of some help for you to be prepared to a future possible disaster. Today, I would like to talk about the following. First, I would like to tell you how the earthquake we experienced this time was like, briefly. And next, I would like to explain about our application of ICT as a tool to respond to the disaster. I will explain about methods to detect the earthquake and the tsunami and make a warning to the residents. And then about ways to keep communications among government agencies and others to rescue and support residents. Finally, I would like to mention about our efforts to supply ICT capacity for residents. First, what has happened? This map was made by Japan Meteorological Agency, JMA, with reference to the study by Mr. Tatsuo Usami. This shows all the magnitude 8 class quakes in record with circles, and all the magnitude 8.4 or above with dates, translated to the Gregorian calendar since 466 AD. As you see, we experienced quakes with magnitude 8.4 or above just 3 times before March 11, or 4 times if you count the quake of 869, which was said to be a magnitude 8.3 by JMA, but others argued it might have been 8.6. The Great East Japan earthquake, a magnitude 9 quake, is the biggest in Japan's history ever. Energy of magnitude 9 quake, what was experienced last March, was 4 times bigger than the quakes of magnitude 8.6, the largest quakes before March 11th. What was extraordinary with the earthquake this time was not only the energy of the shake of March 11th, but what happened after that. The aftershocks have been numerous and huge. This chart is again from JMA. As you see, we have counted well more than 400 aftershocks with magnitude 5 or above already. Compared with the quakes in the past, we had aftershocks much more often this time. Soon after the quake, we had a tsunami. This chart is again from JMA. The agency's sensors reported that height of tsunami in Soma City was 30.5 feet, but it could be higher because JMA also said the maximum height could not be retrieved because of the massive troubles caused by the tsunami itself. According to specific researches done by MLIT, Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport, one tsunami reached about 50 feet at Onakawa Harbor. That height of tsunami was too something we did not expect beforehand. That was a tragedy. We have had many casualties. More than 25,000 have been found dead or still missing. This number, 25,000, is the second highest number in our history as casualties from natural disaster, just behind the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. we have more than 120,000 evacuees because of the disaster and the severely damaged nuclear power plant. Many ICT infrastructure became out of service after the earthquake. First, the earthquake and tsunami hit and destroyed many communications infrastructure itself. Besides this, commercial electricity facilities were injured severely. As the commercial electricity shortage continued long, backup batteries of NTT and other communication service providers became drained as time passed. On March the 12th, one day after the quake, the number of base stations for cell phones out of use reached 40,800. On March the 13th, 2 days after the quake, the number of lines for fixed phone out of use reached 1 million. Now let me tell you how we are prepared before the earthquake and how we responded soon after the quake. As we have just started reviewing our preparedness for disasters, we are on a very early stage of the reviewing process, so please forgive me that I cannot evaluate on what we did fully today. First, I would like to explain how we detected the quake and tsunami and made a warning to the residents and the public institutions. Now, what we have to do first is to detect the shakes. JMA utilizes many facilities for detection and a centralized process and analysis system. They have 4,200 sites of seismic intensity stations and 1,000 of seismic stations in Japan. All information is gathered to the central facility and analyzed very instantly and delivered to the residents. Among several systems for information delivery, let me talk about earthquake early warning system, which was developed so that the residents and the infrastructure service providers could react promptly. This is the chart that explains how the earthquake early warning is operated. This system was introduced in 2006 for detecting the shake and making a warning to the residents and public institutions very quickly. The concept of the system is to utilize the time gap between the primary waves and the second waves of shakes. The primary waves are usually weak but fast to come. The secondary waves are, on the other hand, cause the most damages but come several tens of seconds after the primary waves. First, sensors detect the primary waves and send signal to JMA. And JMA immediately analyzes it and detects epicenter and calculates the scale of the quake. Then the system alarms the warning to let the residents know the second waves are coming. This alert is provided to the residents when the intensity level is 5 or above. There are a number of ways to delivering the alert to the residents. First, it is broadcasted through television or radio. For example, NHK, Japanese Public Broadcasting Company, broadcasts alarming information with pictures like this and an alarming sound. Commercial TV stations and radio stations deliver the alert too. Second, it is delivered to a cell phone. NTT Docomo, KDDI, and SoftBank Mobile send you an alarming email to your cell phone like this picture with the alarming sound and the vibration. This picture is from KDDI. The three cell phone companies use the same alarming sound, so you can notice the alert regardless which company service you are subscribing. Third, municipal government announces the alert by loudspeakers. I'll explain about this system later. And fourth, many public institutions receive the alert directly from JMA so that they can be prepared themselves quickly and warn the people near their facilities. This map shows time after the warning until a large shake or second wave reaches on a hypothetical case. For areas very close to the epicenter, like the area in green circle here, the warning is useless because the secondary wave would reach before the warning. However, for the other areas, the wave would come several seconds or several tens of seconds after the alert, and it could be prepared for the big shake. With the alert provided, you can prepare for the quake, like stopping cooking with fire, stopping driving, or hiding for safety. Bridge trains would stop running, nuclear plants would stop operation, airplanes would postpone landing to the airport or departing from the airport, and telephone companies would prepare for congestion. They are what we actually did on March 11th. However, the earthquake early warning system is not almighty. JMA has already announced its limitations like this before the quake. JMA reviewed how the system worked after the quake of March 11th. According to them, JMA has made alerts 70 times from March 11th to April 28th. They found they missed 20 times for quakes of an intensity of 5 or above. They made alerts 70 times believing the shakes should be big, but it turned out that in 17 cases out of 70, there were not shakes with an intensity of 3 or above. JMA analyzed why they misjudged and found 2 reasons. One is that they thought there would be one big shake, but the fact was that there were 2 or more small tremors. They say that happens when you have extraordinarily big scale shakes. The second reason is that they could not gather enough signals from sensors because of blackout or damage of online communications capacities. To warn the resident who is not watching television at the earthquake, emergency warning broadcasting system has been operated since 1985. This system is for remote activation for radio and television. They actually operated this system twice for the quake this time. For alarming directly and promptly by loudspeakers to residents, Municipal Disaster Management Radio Communication Network is useful. This network is used not only for earthquake early warning system, but also for other shake and tsunami forecasts. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency, or FDMA of MIC, gets information directly from JMA and sends it to local city offices through satellite or other routes. This portion of the system is called the J alert. Residents hear alerts or other forecasts from loudspeakers. This municipal radio network has been used both for multicasting to residents and for information sharing among local government agencies since 1978. In connection with this municipal radio network, an episode of Minami Sanrik Town has been widely reported. Minami Sanrik Town is a small harbor town. It was hit by a huge tsunami on March 11th. But before that, residents could hear the warning voices from loudspeakers telling them, huge tsunami more than 20 feet high is expected. Please evacuate to height now. The voices were from officials of the town government. They themselves did not evacuate because they had to warn the residents through the radio network. After the tsunami, the residents found the town government building destroyed by the tsunami. It's a great pity that it is reported recently that one of the officials who warned the residents was found dead. However, thanks to their voices, their words, it is reported that 9,000 residents of that town evacuated safely before the town was wiped away by the tsunami. Next, I would like to tell you about our governmental ICT network for rescuing and supporting people. For rescue activities, it is crucial for us, government agencies, to share information promptly and smoothly among agencies and the public institutions. For that purpose, we have established and maintained 4 major networks among government agencies and public institutions. One of the four is what I mentioned just now, the Municipal Disaster Management Radio Communication Network, depicted by green lines here. Fire Disaster Management Radio Communication Network in black lines, and Prefectural Government Network in orange lines were established soon after the disasters of the 1960s. The red lines, Central Disaster Management Radio Communication Network, was originally established among the central government agencies only in 1978 and was expanded to prefectural governments in 1995. It was expanded further to connect with designated public institutions like Bank of Japan, Japanese Red Cross, NHK, the Public Broadcasting Company, NTT and other telecom companies, and TEPCO and other power companies, and so on. The Central Disaster Management Radio Communication Network is an independent network from the public network. It now covers 29 public agencies, including Prime Minister residence, 55 designated public institutions, and all of 47 prefectural governments. Among them, 28 public agencies, 20 public institutions, Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and other 3 prefectural governments near Tokyo, and the others are covered with fixed microwave communication system. And adding to this, Prime Minister's residence and the other agencies are connected with the disaster sites by satellite communications. These pictures show you one of the actual transmitters of microwave and the carryover type Earth station for satellite communications. After the earthquake of 1995 in Kobe area, we started video and data transmission using the Central Radio Network in 1996. Now the relevant agencies and institutions depicted here share live video of the disaster site transmitted from helicopters or other information. Now I'd like to talk about ICT for residents provided by the commercial service providers. First, let me explain about safety confirmation services. By these services, you can inform others where you are now in safe very easily without much congestion. Japanese telecommunication service providers have been developing several kinds of safety confirmation services since 1995, when we experienced a disastrous earthquake in Kobe. I will show you 2 examples. This is an example of voice telephone service provided by NTT Group. You can record your message or playback recorded message by dialing 171. As you see the instructions here, if you want to record your message, all you have to do is to dial 171 and 1 and your phone number. When you want to play back the message of your friend, you should dial 171 and 2 and his or her phone number. Using this service, 560,000 messages have been recorded and 2.7 million have been playbacked by April the 26th. The next example is a disaster message board service for a mobile phone. This is the instructions for the service provided by SoftBank Mobile Corporation. NTT Docomo and KDDI are providing similar services too. To post a message, you should just choose from top menu, disaster message board, and choose register at the next display and post. To confirm your friend's message, you should select from top again, disaster message board, and choose confirm this time, and enter his or her mobile phone number. It's quite simple. 3.5 million messages have been posted on this type of services, and there had been 8.8 million confirmation for the message by April 14. Next, I'd like to introduce service providers' efforts to supply ICT capacities during the disaster. These are what they did to supply temporary capacities while their infrastructure was damaged. As you can see here, they provided over 100 portable power generators and 37 mobile base station tracks. NTT provided public phone for free and installed 2,300 new ones for temporary uses. NHK, Panasonic, Sony, and other manufacturers supplied 750 television sets and more than 40,000 radios to those people evacuated. Now I'd like to introduce service providers' efforts to restore the infrastructures. The lines or base stations for cell phones out of services have been reduced significantly soon after the days of the peak. NTT announced that they have all fixed and mobile services restored by the end of April for areas inhabitable. KDDI announced that they restored mobile phone coverage to essentially the same as the pre-earthquake coverage area by the end of April. There are certain requirements for the network to have resiliency in Japan. This is the current list of the requirements. Telecommunications carriers have been following these technical requirements and maintain backups, power supplies, and other functions. In conclusion, that huge size of earthquake and tsunami we experienced in March was, as I told you, what we had not experienced since the 5th century. Now we learned that that could happen, and now we know that that can happen in the future again. We have to be prepared for what can happen in the future. That is why we started reviewing the way we responded to the Great East Japan earthquake last month. We have to review the government roles, responding process to the disaster, restoration process, and others. We are learning what you did to respond to the Hurricane Katrina too, thanks to the FCC's generous efforts. I believe it will be very helpful for both of us, both countries, US and Japan, to share our experiences for our more secure future. Thank you very much.
It's okay? All right. So, Mr. Fujino, thank you for that incredible presentation. Really impressive what Japan has done. It's obvious how your system saved lives. And I wonder if you would be willing to submit to maybe 1 or 2 questions. Please come back. And so if there, I know he does not have much time, but and we don't either. But if there are any questions from the audience right now, this would be your shot. So. And any from web? So we didn't tell anybody we were going to allow questions. All right. Well, Mr. Fujino, once again, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. All right, Jeff, if you want to go ahead and impanel your panel now, if y'all would come up, I think you're going to see that same type of discussion that you just heard from the Embassy of Japan and Mr. Fujino and this next panel. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ken Moran, our Senior Deputy Bureau Chief and also the FCC's Chief Preparedness Officer. Once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for this participation. Ken Moran.
Thank you. Good morning. We have all of our panelists here. It's my pleasure to introduce our first panel. The recent earthquakes in Haiti, Chile, New Zealand, and Japan, as well as other areas of the world, have shown that advanced planning and preparation are extremely important and can minimize death, loss of property, prevent damage to critical infrastructure. The United States is especially vulnerable to earthquakes in several regions, including the entire West Coast, as well as a significant multi-state region in the central United States. An earthquake in any of these regions could have a disastrous impact across large portions of the country, resulting in high casualties and damage and destruction to the nation's communications infrastructure. This panel will discuss the potential effects of a large-scale earthquake and preparations in the communications sector to respond to an event of this nature. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Jeffrey Goldthorpe, Associate Bureau Chief for Cybersecurity and Communications Reliability in the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Please welcome Mr. Goldthorpe, who will introduce our panelists.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you, Ken. And let me first begin by welcoming our panel and thanking you all for being here. We have somebody that's joining us by video conference as well. I'll introduce the panelists in just a moment, but let me just start by talking very, very briefly about how we'll do the panel today and the kinds of things that we'll talk about. As Ken mentioned, we're going to be talking about the effects of an earthquake and what can be done to prepare so that restoration can happen as quickly as possible. We'll talk about three general categories of things. First of all, what those effects are and what can be done to become aware that something is looming. Secondly, we'll talk about collaboration efforts, what can be done in advance to build alliances and good relationships among stakeholders so that proper actions can be taken in the aftermath of an earthquake. And then finally, we'll talk about the various relationships amongst different jurisdictional boundaries, federal, state, and local, and how the interplay there can help or even hinder, and what can be done to improve that dynamic. So we'll talk about all of those things. It'll be a give and take. There won't be any prepared remarks or view graphs or anything of that sort. We're just going to do questions that we've talked about or shared with each other in advance for the most part. And then we'll see where it goes. It'll be some of these things might maybe I'll just ask one question and we'll follow that thread for the whole hour. I mean, so it's very very informal that way. And we'll go for about an hour until a little after 11 o'clock, and then we'll have some time for questions and answers. But before we do that, what we've talked about amongst ourselves here is to introduce the panel. It would be we'll go down the panel and just do name, what your title is, the kind of work that you're doing, and then we'll just roll right into the panel. Why don't we start with, I'm going to go to Karen, if she's on the, there. Okay, hi. Could you introduce yourself?
For the Public Safety Communications Office with the California Technology Agency, and my responsibility is the statewide 911 program as well as the radio and microwave systems for the state's public safety communications.
Okay, thank you, Karen. And by the way, I will try and come back to you from time to time. But if I forget, I think that you pop in automatically when you speak, so please speak up, okay? But I will try and remember that you're there. David?
Dave Applegate. I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey, and I coordinate our earthquake and geologic hazard activities there.
I'm Bill Carwile, the Associate Administrator of FEMA for Response and Recovery. I have absolutely no technical understanding of communications. I press the button and expect to talk, but I've got some great people here in the room that help me out through our mobile emergency response system. I rely very heavily in large disasters on our emergency support function 2 with NCS and FCC support to ensure that we can communicate both intergovernmentally and within the interagency.
Paul?
I'm Paul Hogue. I'm Exercise Training Officer with the Central United States Earthquake Consortium. We're based out of Memphis, Tennessee, and serve our 8 member states, which are the states primarily affected by the New Madrid seismic zone. We have a number of working groups that we work at mostly with our state emergency management agencies, but with other agencies in those states, including a communications officers working group, which has done quite a bit in the last few years on the catastrophic planning efforts.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Pete?
Hi, I'm Pete Simpson. I'm a Senior Vice President with Trilogy International Partners. Trilogy owns some properties that have had a little experience with earthquakes in the last year. We have a business in Haiti. We've had that for about 10 years, and we also have a business in New Zealand. I spent 6 or 8 weeks in Florida last year coordinating our efforts to recover from that disaster, and most recently I spent quite a bit of time in the Dominican Republic, and one of the things that we spent some time on was how on the island of Hispaniola we can have both businesses support each other in case we have another emergency.
Okay. Thank you all again, and let's begin with the idea that a hurricane, maybe what is accepted as fact, that that a earthquake is a no-notice event. What I want to do is test that, treat it as an assertion for a minute and test it, because it seems to me from some of the things that we just heard that maybe there are things that can be done to be aware that an area that is known to be prone to earthquake activity might be ripe for one. And so I'm wondering if that sort of thing, either just based on the stresses that are building up along a fault line, can be predicted any better now than it could be 10 years ago, so that we would know maybe that a month or 6 months out that there's a higher probability of an event. And then we'll talk about what can be done with communications technology. But first, David, is there anything happening that would give us more confidence?
Earthquakes have been made it devilishly difficult, I'll say, to do what we think of in terms of short-term earthquake prediction. There certainly are many research efforts that continue, particularly folks looking to try to use new technologies, satellites, and so forth. But the big problem is reproducibility. In other words, having activities, whether it's foreshocks or other phenomena, that happen consistently enough. And one of the challenges is that when we talk about prediction, what we're really talking about is we want to predict a big earthquake. And the earthquakes themselves, there's one school of thought, the earthquake may not even know that it's going to be a large earthquake until it begins. In other words, what matters is not so much where an earthquake starts. We get lots of small earthquakes all the time. What you want to know is where it ends, because the size of the earthquake is linked to the length of the fault, the scale of the fault that ruptures. So it may well be that earthquakes are never going to give us short-term prediction, but we can do two things. One of them is we've gotten better at understanding where earthquakes occur, and so the long-term forecasts of strong shaking is what underpins building codes. And if there's one thing we can take away from the experience of the major earthquakes of the past year or so, it is the importance of building codes. We talked about the tragedy in Japan with so many lives lost from the tsunami. What is extraordinary is that the efforts they have made to put in strong building codes mean that right now the number of losses from the earthquake itself, from the shaking, may number around 100 or 150, something like that, from a magnitude 9 earthquake. Just extraordinary. And then the other piece is, once the earthquake has begun, to actually get out ahead of it with earthquake early warning, which also was very thoughtfully presented.
Okay, that is something that we'll probably spend a little bit more time on, because we just heard in the previous presentation that there are systems deployed in Japan that provide at least some early warning, and that communications technologies can be used to help facilitate systems like that. And what I'm wondering now is, it seems to, from what I've heard, we don't have a system like that fully integrated and operational in the United States. I'm wondering how communications technologies, first of all, could be used to help to bring something like that about. Does anybody see anything on the horizon there?
Well, I can just maybe I can just comment on the first part of the system, which would be the actual early warning, and then let others comment on the communications piece. Early warning really is an extension of what we all do, which is try to provide the fastest possible information, the richest possible information after an event. In some cases, for some earthquakes, particularly where it's at some distance from, say, a key urban center, the strong shaking takes a certain amount of time to get there. So if you have enough detectors, if you have a fast enough communications, you can actually get the alert out before the strong waves arrive, and which has a number of different benefits. At this point in the United States, Japan is leading the world. There are a number of countries that have early warning systems. The United States is in the process of researching a prototype system for California, but it is very much in the research stage, with part of the challenge being the densification that's required for our seismic monitoring.
Karen, is there anything about the system in California that you care to share with us?
This system is new and it is being developed, so we're monitoring it closely, and we're hoping for some really good news to come out of it. We've also been looking at some of the applications that are out there with telemetries and the as far as monitoring on the freeways. We looked at that as we were doing our public meetings for Next Generation 911, and there's a lot of possibilities with the monitoring systems currently on our freeways today that will help detect where earthquakes will start happening and how we will be able to send early warning signs from that.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I would say with the, of course, with an earthquake, as we learned so tragically in Japan, there's a attendant tsunami threat, and of course, with the Japanese earthquake, we were following very closely the impact on U.S. Territories and states. Matter of fact, the president did declare Hawaii, the state of California, and Oregon. And we learned, and I happen to, I came, before I returned to government, I spent much of my adult life in Hawaii, and we have a pretty robust tsunami warning system there. And it did work very well during the recent event. California has a little different system, and Oregon has a different system as well as Washington State. But there is no unifying, overarching tsunami warning system for the United States, but it's something that's being looked at.
I was going to mention that, Mr. Fugate had mentioned social networking sites and the Twittering and Facebook, and certainly that's something that even though we don't have, any kind of system like Japan has at this point, we do have the capability of being able to take the folks that are actually, tweeting, hey, I'm feeling the earthquake in my area, and immediately mapping that using GIS. And that can be done and is being done already at some of our state agencies. I know USGS has I believe it's called OMG Earthquake is the program.
The Twitter Earthquake Detector.
The Twitter Earthquake Detector. But it's very impressive what that system and what some of our other states have done also, where they we saw this during the storms recently in the South, where they've developed hashtags where individuals can post, hey, we've just gotten damage in our area, and they're mapping these in the state EMAs at the EOC.
As a matter of fact, we helped, and of course Alabama was extremely devastated by these recent historic tornadoes, and one of the first things that the FEMA folks did that arrived in Clanton at the state EOC was to help the state get up a Facebook site to kind of so we can monitor and people can get on there and communicate with each other. Similarly, late last night, the Corps of Engineers, the Mississippi Commission made the decision to detonate some crevasses along the Mississippi River. All that you could follow, and there was a tweet site and a Twitter site for that. The Corps of Engineers had stood up, so you could watch real time what the decisions were being made to blow those the levees to release pressure on the primary levee. So it's really amazing what the social media can do as part of kind of a redundant system. I think we've seen the same thing with what's being called the Arab Spring in terms of organizing, protest movements against some of the regimes in the Middle East. So, I mean, it's oftentimes in our business in emergency management, we've always said who's in charge and all that. Well, social media is people are self-organizing. We see just tremendous implications of it. I don't think we structurally, as far as emergency management goes, really figured out we're just how to harness that, and I don't think we're ever going to harness it. Actually, we're just going to kind of try to understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, it's almost the kind of thing where the way you just described it, it sounds like it's better left unharnessed.
That's right. I think it's kind of foolish for us to think that we can get some kind of wire diagram on this thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the issues that the communications business faces, though, is we have a responsibility, at least we think we do, to talk to all of our subscribers, because they work with us every day. And a lot of our subscribers, certainly in third world countries, don't have smartphones, so they don't have the capability in a lot of cases to communicate that way or get firsthand communications that Bill was talking about. But in the United States, we have more smartphones, but there's still a lot of our subscribers who don't have them. But just virtually every phone has the ability to text. And Mr. Fugate talked about that earlier. That's a very important way to get messages. SMS texting saved a lot of lives in Haiti. I'm not sure so much about New Zealand, but in Haiti there were many, many reports where people were texting from the inside of collapsed buildings and they were saved. And the way we found out, the management team of Trilogy, about the disaster was an SMS text to a group of us who just happened to be meeting, talking about strategic planning for Haiti, and we were in Fort Lauderdale. So most of the communications that we thought were extremely valuable during that disaster were simple SMS texts. And we have, all the carriers in the United States have the capability to send out an SMS text to virtually all of their subscribers immediately when they receive a notification from a higher authority or some cooperating agency. So I think that, just as a follow-up, a little bit farther down the line from the folks that figure out how are we going to communicate, what's our protocol, the carriers have the capability to get the word out immediately.
And just to piggyback on what Pete was saying, in Haiti, of course, we sent through the United States Agency for International Development and Office of Disaster Assistance, two of the FEMA urban search and rescue teams were deployed down, but we sent an additional 5 teams to Haiti, and Pete's exactly right. A lot of the information that the teams were getting on where people were trapped was through text, and we are working our urban search and rescue, and of course, you know, right now many of us have been planning for this national level exercise 2011, which has a New Madrid fault scenario in which 8 of our states and 4 FEMA regions are impacted by it. And our urban search and rescue teams have been working with the industry to figure out how to better leverage texting to figure out where survivors are, you know, in the rubble, and then put that in the national grid system and be able to color code the grids for those grids have been, you know, thoroughly examined for survivors, and then moving along and then integrating the text messages to that to get high priority targets for the urban search and rescue teams to rescue.
Thanks. And before I move on to the next question, Karen, I want to make sure, do you have anything you want to add at this point?
Thank you. I did want to add something. In California, we're, as well as many of the other states, we're looking forward to going to our next generation 911 platform, which is an IP-based platform, which will allow the text messages, video, and photo to be able to come in to the PSAPs, the public safety answering points. So people that are trapped and in need of rescuing will be able to text, where maybe telephone calls or cellular phone calls won't be available. It will also be a very redundant system, which our 911 system is not today. So we will be able to move our calls over to PSAPs that are not affected by the earthquake or have not as much traffic and have some universal data systems where we'll be able to actually deploy the first responders out of the area of the earthquake.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to talking about earthquakes and what makes them distinct. And I've already slipped once and said hurricane when I meant earthquake, which, you know, so and it probably won't be the last time I do that today. But one of the things I was thinking about as I was preparing for this is what makes an earthquake distinctive in terms of the kinds of effects that it has, the kinds of damage that it does to communications infrastructure as well as other critical infrastructure. Why should we be treating this any differently than we treat any other hazard or disaster? And a lot of planning's been done over the years. How much of that can be applied to help us prepare for an earthquake as opposed to a hurricane or a tornado? Why don't we, I think that question originally came, David, from you. So we'll start with you, and then we'll just see where it goes.
Well, sure thing. And we already heard from Administrator Fugate about how earthquakes pose such a challenge for infrastructure, and that is because it really is a compound disaster. Of course, the first issue I've already touched on, which is the earthquake shaking, the importance of having building codes and codes that are specifically for infrastructure. But in addition to the shaking, of course, in Japan we've seen the tsunami most tsunamis are caused by earthquakes. That certainly is an issue for coastal systems. But even for inland, one of the things that makes earthquakes so difficult is that it keeps on coming. We've heard that in Japan they've had 500 aftershocks greater than magnitude 5. They've had something like 50 that are greater than magnitude 6. Those are all damaging earthquakes, or potentially damaging earthquakes, in their own right. And so, particularly as we look to this New Madrid exercise, we are coming up on the bicentennial of the 1811-1812 events, and I stress events here. It's going to be difficult to play it in an exercise that's looking at 72 hours, but really we're looking at the beginning of a sequence there were 3 earthquakes larger than magnitude 7 that struck that area over the course of several months. And that has an implication, of course, for search and rescue, but it also has implications in terms of getting your infrastructure back up. Another aspect I'd emphasize is all the secondary hazards. When we look at we did a comprehensive scenario for Southern California, looking at a catastrophic earthquake on the southern San Andreas that then formed the basis for the great California shakeout, which has just been repeated in the central U.S. through CUSEC's efforts. And in that case, over half of the damages came from fires. So fire following earthquake is a huge challenge, particularly in urban areas. Landsliding, whether it's landslides along the bluffs of the Mississippi in the case of the New Madrid scenario, or in, for example, the case of China, the Wenchuan earthquake in 2008, most of the fatalities perhaps related to landsliding, and certainly that cuts off a lot of the lifelines, a lot of the arteries. And then finally, liquefaction. This is where the soil essentially loses, you have water-saturated soil, it loses all cohesion, goes from being a solid to essentially being a liquid, and that is incredibly difficult for linear infrastructure, everything from bridge abutments to dealing with pipelines. And this was something we very much saw in the case of the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand, where many of their systems, sewer systems, water systems, and so forth, were knocked out. And as Administrator Fugate said, it's that loss of critical infrastructure that can turn a disaster that passes by and is quickly recovered from to something that really lasts for months.
Yeah, and David's exactly right. That liquefaction, of course, a lot of power cables, other transmission cables are underground, and they're severely impacted by that. It's also difficult, and we do flyovers immediately following events, a hurricane event, and it's pretty easy to see where the damage is. Sometimes an earthquake event, it's very difficult to ascertain, where the damages are, because it may not be evident. In the Northwoods earthquake, it took months to realize some of the structural damage to hospitals and other that impacted not only structural integrity, but sometimes the communication system. The other thing about an earthquake, I think that's we learned, and I hadn't been associated with the Northridge earthquake, and even then, back all those technology years ago, cell tower alignment was quickly, they were put out of alignment. Took quite a bit of time to get some back, and also the power grid in an earthquake can be significantly impacted. And of course, an administrator talked about, and I spent much of the time I got here this morning trying to figure out how we're going to get charging devices into some of our disaster recovery centers in Alabama and Mississippi. But power is critical to communications, and as we saw in Haiti, when I know FCC was working very hard with industry, trying to help them out down there. And one of the critical pieces became, power generation, because the generators they did have were running out of fuel, and fuel became a critical piece. So the impact on the power grid of earthquakes certainly has significant impact on the communication structure.
He was mentioning the pipeline situation in the central United States from New Madrid, and it's important to keep in mind that when you think about the bicentennial of those earthquakes, that took place during the worst part of the winter of 1811, 1812. If you disrupt those lines that are in the central United States that are bringing up product out of Texas, out of Port of New Orleans, that's not just a regional disaster, because now you're affecting heating oil and other industrial chemicals that are heading up to Chicago, Ohio, much of that area. And so that quickly becomes goes from a big regional to a truly national disaster. And one of the other things also I think that's interesting about earthquake damage anywhere is that, in the United States and other Western countries, most deaths and injuries don't occur because of structural damage. They occur because of non-structural damage. So the economic impact from earthquakes are oftentimes very great, because those non-structural elements in a building are often the biggest chunk of the cost. In most office buildings, non-structural elements make up something like 82% of the cost. In hospitals, that goes up to 92% of the cost. And so earthquakes tend to make, especially if those elements are not properly mitigated, the economic impact is very heavy. And we know from like the May Center studies and some of the other studies that have been done that it's the actual impact of the earthquake on the economy is not as great as the loss of revenue that takes place afterward.
Thank you.
What we're talking about here.
I'm sorry. I just want to touch on
Karen.
one other thing. We're talking about the utilities and the importance of having a private-public partnership with our utilities. 85% of the utilities in California are actually owned by the private sector. The California Emergency Management Agency has partnered with the California Utilities Emergency Association, and they actually sit with the Cal EMA during any disasters in the Emergency Operations Center, so there's one point of contact. Many of the utilities run on the same path, and so it's important to have that partnership as you're working with a disaster and bringing back up your communications and making sure that you have the power and the gas, all those lines up and running as quickly as possible.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Pete, you want to say something?
Well, I think from the perspective of massive movement of land, which is the only thing that happens in an earthquake, different from basically the other kinds of disasters, it destroys infrastructure that's in the ground. The kind of infrastructure that's in the ground are lines, fiber optic lines, power lines, fuel depots, foundations for generators, foundations for fuel, foundations for buildings. In the wireless world, which is what I'm used to for the last 30 years or so, we fortunately mitigate a lot of that because most of our infrastructure and our carriage is in the air. So I think that as we think about how to back up things and be prepared for the future, we don't want to forget about simple things like the ham radio operator that doesn't depend on that. Microwave systems that don't depend on fiber optics. Power grid in the United States is a very systematic thing, but the fellow down the street that has a genset that's working in your neighborhood and you don't have any power, he's the guy you go to when you're out for 3 or 4 or 5 days. So fortunately in Haiti, we generate our own power. We're the second largest power provider in the country because we have to provide power for not only our own sites but our main switches in our buildings. So we were pretty well prepared, but it just gets down to some basic elements like that that help protect you in a really bad emergency, because you've got, in a sense, backup systems. The old-fashioned way of doing things comes in handy in a lot of cases. So I'd kind of stress, just from the experience that my company had in that, is that we fared a lot better because we were fully independent. In the United States, there aren't going to be that many situations where you are, but the wireless system operators and the wired operators can think about, well, do I have a genset someplace I know is going to work? Do I have fuel? And we had 5 days, as Bill was talking about when I was on the phone, probably 18 hours a day, trying to figure out, how do we get fuel from a port that's been destroyed, that has a limited amount of fuel in it, up to gensets that are running 24/7, maintaining the only, at that time, public communication system that works. So fuel, power, and things that go in the air, and having that, a distributed architecture, seemed to be the thing that saved the communications in that country, and maybe some of those things are applicable to the United States situation as well.
I think what Pete says just brings up the need for redundancy, and I'm not sure. We don't have one single system, but maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. We found that a combination of cell phones, sat phones, the internet, HF radio, certainly ham operators, as the administrator talked about. I happen to have been in the federal coordinating officer in Mississippi during Katrina, and there were one way of communicating was couriers practically. Governor Barber used to talk about sometimes he felt in terms of communications that we were back in the days of Custer or somebody, and we felt like Custer for a while. Sending notes and putting stuff on bulletin boards. So, but it is, I think we do have to rely on the redundancy. We did have some of our folks down in Haiti and trying to knit together radio systems to support urban search and rescue and others. As long as we can wait until Q&A, but I'd like to get one of our MERS guys up and talk about how we did knit together some stuff down in Haiti, but we can wait for that, Jeff, if you'd like.
Okay. We've talked a lot about how earthquakes differ from other types of disasters, and we've talked a little bit about how you might prepare differently for an earthquake. So, for example, one of the things we talked about was how buried plant, well, one of the reasons you bury plant, at least in the communications sector, one of the reasons, only one, is because it can be more resilient, right? In a hurricane zone, right? It's better to bury plant than it is to have it strung up on wires where it's going to get blown over. In an earthquake area, it's just the opposite. So it's almost it's almost like you can't win. I guess if you're in an area that's prone to both, it really is hard to know exactly what to do. And I'm wondering, though, if there are, we have a set of best practices. We've got a lot of work that's been done in the aftermath of things like Katrina and other kinds of hurricanes. I'm wondering if there are similar kinds of standards or practices that you all are aware of, maybe that are more prominent in areas like Japan or other parts of the world that you've worked, or even other parts of the United States that are more prone to earthquakes than to other kinds of natural disasters.
Not aware of any special, I don't know, Peter, any special in the earthquake area?
Well, my experience has been in outside the United States, where the infrastructure is dramatically less developed. And in the United States, I would think in California, the whole West Coast is being the most prone. I mean, the infrastructure that I know about in my working experience, is designed and run exactly the way it is in Massachusetts or Florida or any place else. I think if we had a huge San Andreas Fault event, the thing that I'd be worried about are the switching and the switching centers. At least with a wireless system, you're spread out, but switches control vast sizes of geography. They control lots of backhaul. They control millions and millions of subscribers. So I think where you got to start is where your central portions are, and then work out. They become less vulnerable. So I think at least probably in the wired and the wireless worlds, the points where you control the most communications are the ones you have to put most of your systems into and most of your backup into.
Karen got to speak. I think California's going to lead the nation as far as seismic hardening and stuff.
Hey, Karen. Karen, will you?
Yeah, in California, we do have redundant systems. Our land mobile radio systems will normally stay up during earthquakes based on how we have them designed and engineered and installed. But our microwave system, the state has one of the largest microwave systems in the nation, running from the most northern part of California down to Mexico, and then both sides, east and west. And during all the earthquakes, this system has stayed up and it has been operable. In addition, we have a satellite system, which we call the OASIS system, that actually connects with our 58 counties, as well as other key points in California and with key agencies. We also have our emergency command gateway units that have radio interoperability assets as well as satellite infrastructure to add additional communications.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Which gets us into a question about the kinds of things that happen to communications infrastructures in an event like an earthquake. And a question that comes to or has come to my mind is, and Karen, you just given us some insights on that, but what what are the things that you all think ought to be done to make communications infrastructure more resilient to an event like an earthquake? We've heard about switching sites. We've heard what Karen. Is there anything else that you all think that comes to your mind?
Satellite phones come to my mind because they were absolutely critical in the early stages of any event, because they don't depend on much of anything except having a battery in it that works, which lasts about 8 or 10 hours. But the first thing that we did, we fortunately had the ability to do it, is buy about 50 of these sat phones, put them on a private plane and fly them down to Haiti the same within 24 hours. Because at that time, our switch was only up for 4 or 5 hours, and then we lost our fuel depot, had to shut the switch down in a hurry, which isn't really a good thing to do in a complicated switch. And the only communication then we had was sat phones. An interesting story on the sat phones, though, is of course they're line of sight. So we'd have a fellow standing outside the switch getting messages from the infrastructure provider who was trying to turn the switch back on. He'd run inside and relay the messages as well as he could remember it to the technician playing with a switch, run back outside, get back on his sat phone, and get the next instruction. But they were absolutely critical. And the first responders are the ones you got to have those kinds of products, because ultimately they have to talk to the next guy down the line, and it's very likely that they won't have that tool. Their cell phone's going to run out of juice, or they lost it, or they gave it to somebody and it didn't come back. So those kinds of tools, I'd say sat phones are a big deal, and I think we have less of a dependence on them today than we used to. They've kind of gone out of favor, but they really came in handy. They saved lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, we rely very heavily on sat phones, but I think another preparedness issue is after Katrina, Congress passed the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, which did a lot of things to strengthen our agency overall, and certainly the responsibilities and obligations of the administrator vis-a-vis his direct link to the president as an advisor. But it also created something called the regional emergency communications working groups, in which directed FEMA to put together the capability to, within our regional structure, to have technical expertise to work with state and locals and the private sector to foster interoperability and resilience in the communications piece. I think those have been stood up in the last, well, certainly over the last couple of years, and are paying dividends out there in terms of some of the grant money that that Congress has provided through our agency on the order of about $4.5 billion a year. And a lot of that grant money has gone into provide redundant communications out into the state and locals. So, later on, we've got some expertise in the room on that, but I think that's paying some dividends in terms of preparedness for emergencies, and certainly earthquakes are one of the many hazards we deal with within the nation.
I was just going to say that satellite phones and satellite push-to-talk radios are certainly something that it has to be kept in mind that just like any other form of communication, there are limitations. They have propagation problems occasionally, and you can overcrowd those systems, and we've seen that happen during disasters also. So the redundancy of systems is just absolutely important to have that that healthy amateur radio community and the various systems. A lot of digital radio systems have been installed in states that have both line of sight and repeater capabilities. But I think we have to be concerned with the fact that a lot of the towers that are used in repeater systems are just vulnerable to earthquakes. And improving the standards for some of those towers. I know some of our states, Tennessee, for instance, I think, has gone a long ways in trying to improve some of their the towers that they use for their emergency communication systems to make them more resilient to earthquakes.
I think it seems we're using the word redundancy, and I keep thinking that maybe what we mean is diversity, because when I think redundant and I think about communications, I think about running running dual fiber optic lines in case one of them gets cut, right? Or building a ring, or a mesh network, right? And there's a lot of cost involved in a redundant network or any kind of redundant critical infrastructure if you're talking about that particular vertical. But I think what we're talking about is diversity, so that you've got multiple platforms that are capable of stepping in. If one of them is affected, then amateur radio can step in, and presumably they're not relying on the same facilities, or they're less likely to be. I guess in a really, really bad situation, everybody ends up getting funneled through the same fiber optic line that gets cut, and then all bets are off. But it's if you've got more DNA, so to speak, a bigger gene pool playing in the solution, right? Am I right in saying that that's what we're talking about?
I concur with that, Jeff. I think you're all right. Redundancy would probably be more than one of the same type of system, perhaps, and then diversity. Maybe that's what I'm really referring to when I'm talking about HF, satellite, digital, and semaphores, and whatever else is required.
Right. Okay.
I also agree that diversity really speaks to it much better, and I also wanted to add that the California Emergency Management Agency does have an amateur radio system actually at the command center, just for that diversity as well.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Let's move on now to an entire sort of a different topic, not still earthquakes, but a different cut, and that's collaboration. And this isn't one of the questions that you all gave me, but I was reading some of the things that that some of your organizations produced. Like I know in California, there's been some work done to develop sort of almost nurture a grassroots effort. It almost read, when I looked at this, it was read like a marketing plan, where you kind of develop, you have a group of people that develop the technology, and then you try to build a base of early adopters, and then you use the early adopters to try and promote the thing to the mass market, and so this was a plan to try and spread the word about earthquake preparation in a very organic, kind of natural way without forcing it. And I was looking at some of the work that was done in the New Madrid area, the New if I could say it, New Madrid zone, to knit together, different folks and stakeholders that have an interest there, and it just read different to me. So I'm wondering, what are the kinds of things that are being done? If folks could talk a little bit about to prepare consumers, people, users for an event like this, to prepare communications providers and so forth. Karen, do you want to start with what's happening in California?
Sure. In California, we have what we call the Great California Shakeout, and we have had last year in 2010 nearly 8 million participants, where that was schools, local cities, counties, state officials, and businesses, and the public that all participated. It's an awareness. It's a one-day, one kind of moment in time that we all participate and take the time for the awareness of the earthquakes. It also allows families to look at what they need to do to prepare for themselves, because a lot has to do with how you prepare at home is how you're going to prepare for your public outreach.
I think one of the real successes of the shakeout was this emphasis on getting people to talk about it. So it involved, of that 8 million, a large percentage of that was school children, but it was also a big focus on businesses, so that essentially the parents would be involved, the kids would be involved. They'd come home from school at the end of the day, and everybody could talk about this. And that's really one of the key things in terms of actually getting people to move and to take action. And of course, the big message of this is that trying to very much to personalize this. What you do before the event is going to determine your quality of life after the event. This shakeout approach was actually based on a approach that's been done in Japan. They have a national day for earthquake preparedness, but it's been done on a very large scale, and it's now being exported elsewhere. They've done it in New Zealand. They're preparing one in British Columbia. They've just done, I think, a very successful one in the central U.S. They had 3 million people in 11 states participating in the Great Shakeout just last week. And the whole goal here is to try to make the hazard real enough so that people will take these steps again before the event happens. You don't have to have the earthquake first and only then start thinking about preparedness.
We were very happy to see a lot of, and USGS did a great job of helping us promote this also, and we worked with State of California and California Emergency Management, and a lot of the folks out there actually helped us put this together. And we had a lot of businesses involved, and a lot of schools, not just public schools, but private schools, universities, that went into this in a big way and sponsored events around the shakeout, including discussions and seminars, and have a lot of businesses were able to build exercises and other planning, around that shakeout. I also want to mention the, for the last several years we've had the catastrophic planning initiative that actually has led up to the NLE, and the states have all, even down to local level, have done a lot of planning. They've all updated their state plans, either updated catastrophic planning annexes or actually created them for their state plans. And those meetings involved local emergency management. They brought in a lot of the LEPCs and a lot of private industry into that, who recognize the threat in that particular area, and they don't want to slough it off or be on the sidelines just in a simple response. They want to actually be involved in the planning effort. And I think that's been, that ability to get buy-in at the private sector level has been extremely important in improving these plans.
I might just follow on what Paul said about the planning effort. I think it's been extremely helpful in preparedness. Our agency, through our regions, have worked closely with the state of California and developed a comprehensive earthquake plan for the Bay Area. Recently completed one for Southern California with all the jurisdictions down there. We've been, as Paul said, we've worked closely with, through our 4 regions involved in the central United States and the New Madrid Fault area, to work with the states, providing planners, working closely with CUSAC. And now we're undertaking one with the, our Region 8 is undertaking one for the, with the state of Utah for the Wasatch Fault threat. So these comprehensive plans have been very helpful. Part of those plans are, of course, the communications annexes to those plans. Another piece of preparedness, though, has also been the mitigation piece, whether it's hardening communication systems or hospitals or whatnot. And I know CUSAC has worked closely with us and the USGS and others to try to educate those jurisdictions that have responsibilities for codes and standards for building. California has again led the way on hardening. I think the importance of this was seen as you look at the damages in Haiti from an earthquake that was not so great as the one that struck, Santiago, Chile, and Port Concepcion, which most of the damage there was a tsunami. But the differences in the Chilean earthquake much greater than the one that hit Haiti. With the damages, you can see what mitigation efforts did. That's the Chileans had done, built the codes and standards. Unfortunately, in Haiti, they did not. But candidly, and California has probably led the way. Some of the central states did not. When we built originally, and cities like Memphis and others, they were not built to present-day size standards. But we really applaud CUSEC and others to try to educate people on what those standards ought to be, and I think that they'll save a lot of lives when they're adopted and things are retrofitted.
And I just wanted to add to the partnership with FEMA. On the Southern California, the planning effort that we had in conjunction with FEMA, we will be testing that plan next year as part of our Golden Guardian exercise that we do yearly. And so we'll be testing the plan in Southern California on the earthquake. So the teamwork and the partnership is really important as you go forward with planning for any catastrophic event, especially earthquakes.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I know you're working very closely with Nancy Ward and her team.
When I think about communications, I think, well, first of all, most of the communications infrastructure is owned by the private sector, and so that public-private partnerships have to play a big role in preparing for an event like this and actually executing when something happens. So I'm wondering, what are the kinds of public-private partnerships that you're aware of, either at the state, the local level? I certainly know of some things that are happening at the federal level. But Karen, you mentioned some things that are happening in California earlier. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
I mentioned the partnership with our emergency utility group, but we also have partnerships that we've developed in the event of a emergency or disaster with major retail agency folks, the businesses. We have public-private partnerships with our partners with law enforcement and our cell phones providers. So we work every day building those, especially through the California Emergency Management Agency.
What are the kinds of things that they're doing?
They actually work with our emergency operations center, and they are part of the planning and the recovery process.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say at the federal level, Administrator Fugate talked about the whole team. We often think about emergency management in terms of government-centric approaches. What Administrator Fugate and our administration has tried to do is to incorporate the whole community. And so I'm talking about the volunteer agencies, certainly our friends in the other parts of government at the state and local level, but very importantly, the private sector. We have expanded our outreach to the private sector to include having a representative within our National Response Coordination Center. We now have private sector representatives in our regions. We are approaching our relationship with the private sector in a couple different ways. Formerly, it was kind of looked at what could government buy from the private sector during an event or stockpile prior to an event, and that was kind of the extent of the partnership. Now we've reached out through the associations and others to see what we in the government can do to get private sector up and running after an event. So right now, for example, we have through Common Operating Picture all the Target stores in the United States, the Costco stores, the Walmarts, and we have color coded them so we can know when they're going to be back up and running. In Alabama and Mississippi right now, we're following very closely and seeing what we can do at the local emergency management level through our unified coordinating groups that have been established in those states to assist, especially the big box stores, to get back up and running. So if it's clearing debris to get to the area, whether it's providing a generator through local emergency management, or whether it's providing a little security in the area so people feel safe. So we've really partnered with the private sector a great deal, more than perhaps we have in the past. As a matter of fact, I would tell you right now, all the big box stores are up in Mississippi and Alabama, except one it's up, but it's running off of one generator. So we have visibility over all that. But in the small town of Smithville, Mississippi, every major retailer, which is Piggly Wiggly and one other dollar, forgotten the name of the store, they've been wiped out. So that means that government has got to be more active in providing commodities to that community. So getting a lot more visibility and interaction with the private sector here in the last couple of years.
Okay, last question, and then we will turn it over to questions. And question now is, what can the federal government, what can the federal government do, or what are the needs of folks on the panel of the federal government, and then what can the federal government do? So, Bill, I'm going to give you the last word, okay? Unless you want the first word. Maybe you want both.
Well, the federal government, again, what Administrator Fugate said, is just part of the team. And we are undertaking a whole community effort, and we're going to exercise part of that during NLE 2011. And what does this whole community effort mean? Well, first of all, Craig challenged us. He came up with what we're calling a meta scenario, which is a Category 5 earthquake, an earthquake along the Nevada Fault, a Category 5 hurricane in Miami, and an improvised nuclear device happening in the United States near simultaneously. We ran the numbers in terms of modeling and generated what those effects would be in terms of fatalities, folks needing medical attention, the geographic area, the impact on the communication system and whatnot. We then came up with what we're calling 13 core capabilities. That is, things that we must do in order to stabilize the situation within the first 72 hours. Those are the golden hours. The administrator really believes that if we don't start to stabilize in the first 72 hours, then we start losing, public will, trust, and whatnot. And stabilization, we're really talking about beginning to, deal with the medical situation, dealing certainly with the mortuary affairs, fatality management, getting security into the area, and getting communications into the area. All those and others make up those 13 core capabilities. We then organized by work groups to take on the challenges of those tremendous requirements in those 13 core capabilities, whether it's 193,000 injured or 90,000 fatalities, what those large numbers were, providing communications into a huge geographic area. And we engaged our partners not only through the National Response Framework and the emergency support function that's outlined in the National Response Framework, but we've also engaged private sector, the legal community, because we think that it may take some executive orders from the President and others to overcome some of the obstacles to coming up with what we're calling atypical solutions. So atypical solutions are things, solution sets that we don't usually, that we don't think of. Craig believes that we can't just pedal that bicycle that much faster, that wheels will fall off. You can't use the same solution sets. For example, in temporary housing, and we were putting 500 mobile homes or travel trailers a day in Mississippi during Katrina. That we outstripped the industrial base to make those. That won't satisfy in the meta scenario. So how do you deal with that? Urban search and rescue. We won't be able to. Those 28 national federal teams aren't going to meet the needs. So how do we organize? So we've approached the National Guard and the active duty military, as well as citizens groups, in terms of just-in-time training to be able to do light urban search and rescue. Getting communications. Craig already talked about apps on mobile phones. How do we find out what's going on in there? So he's challenged us in the federal government to just be part of the team and not come up with federal-centric approaches, but to work with our volunteer agency partners, the private sector, and our state and local colleagues to come up with answers to these very large, daunting questions provided by this meta scenario challenge.
Paul?
Just a few things that one of which was actually brought up by a couple of our comms officers. I sort of polled them before this meeting. One of the things that they brought up, and it kind of goes to what Mr. Carwile was saying about the emergency support function, is that a lot of they've had improving, contributions from the wired and wireless telco services to report to the state communications emergency support function. But there's nothing right now that necessarily compels all of them to. I think probably we want to try to build up those relationships if possible, so that they are receiving information from those telcos, and that they build that with their ESF2 representatives at the state agency level, and then possibly maybe work on encouraging that participation at a higher level at some point. Also wanted to mention as we keep bringing up amateur radio here, it's important that those amateur bands be protected over the long run. We have a smaller, we're chopping up the spectrum more and more with all the great things that we have, all this capability. But it's starting to encroach on some of these amateur bands, and we're wanting to divide that up a little bit more. And it's important over time that we balance what we do with the new technologies with the protection of those frequencies that amateur bands have. And then finally, we're approaching the national level exercise here very quickly. We've been planning for this for 3.5 years. Obviously, with the storms that have happened in the last few weeks and the continuing flooding, some of our state participation may not be as great as we had hoped for, as we had planned for. But one of the things that we want to try to keep in mind is that the NLE is not supposed to be, well, we've reached our goal and we don't have to worry about catastrophic planning anymore. It really was always considered and is still considered by the states to be the first step. The first big step. We've got to continue support of that planning as we go. We'll be addressing recovery issues throughout the summer after the NLE. which is, I think, incredibly important. But we can't just stop there. We have to continue that, and you know, that everyone's fighting over funding right now, obviously, but that's something that can't go away. These disasters are going to continue, and as technology improves, we have to be able to incorporate that into our planning, and that requires money to do that, frankly.
Okay, Bill, I said I was going to give you the last word if you wanted, and then we'll turn it over to questions.
No, I think we probably covered our whole community approach that we've undertaken in our administration. We're hoping that we're able to look at some of these atypical solutions through NLE 2011 dealing with a major earthquake. We do have to concern ourselves, and Paul talked about the secondary and tertiary effects of an earthquake. It would be the same thing in California, impact on the nation. We shut down the ports. Certainly much of the nation's commerce goes through the ports in Los Angeles area and others. So one of the things we need to continue to be mindful of is, the earthquake. An earthquake or an event may happen in part of the country, but what are the effects, on the other parts of it? So I would like to a little time. I have some of my MERS folks here. They may, if anybody has any questions about what our capabilities are to help local communities get back up and running with communications, may come up in the Q&A. So that's all I had, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all. And let's open it up right now before we close the panel. Is anybody here? Sir, there's a microphone right next to you.
Thank you for very nice panel. Also, Mr. Fujino's presentations. I'm a professor of the Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan. Now the visiting scholar at the George Washington University. Just I can comment a little bit and then ask the questions. There are a number of the disasters last couple of years. China, Haiti, New Zealand, and Japan. But there are some differences among them. Especially Japan's, we have two differences with others. One is our disaster had trilemma disasters: tsunami, earthquake, and nuclear power plant issues. And second one is the affected areas in northern Japan is very famous for good manufacturing factories for world supplies. Just we can see that Toyota and Honda and even GM must close the factory in the United States because there is a shortage of the suppliers good from that areas in the northern Japan. So we miss the important message at the Japanese disaster is a BCP, Business Contingency Plan. Most of the Japanese big companies, according to our survey at the Waseda University Research Center, 80% of Japanese big company has the BCP. They have very well prepared. But in that areas, small and medium companies and factories all over the depressed areas, they have only 35% of the companies or factories has a BCP. So they don't know how to deal with any crisis management. That's the second issue which I'd like to mention. And third one is regarding FEMA, which Williams Carville's mentioned. We don't have FEMA in Japan, so that's another real issue. And 5 years ago, when I was requested to make a congressional hearing at the Japanese Parliament, I proposed the Japanese version of the FEMA because US is very excellent for us. but they promised, but they didn't prepare us for 5 years. Then we had the huge earthquake and tsunami. So I hope Japanese government is very keen to FEMA activities, not only Japanese, any government in the world. And the last one is really comment on the questions. As far as I have experienced, we need more so-called smart grid issues, self-producing battery for mobile phone and the internet and TV, because power plant, nuclear power plant in that area damaged, and our people, even in Tokyo, it's far from northern part, has a problem of the shortage of electricity. We cannot use the to full extent the internet, mobile phones, and elevators and everything. You know, so smart grid might be one of the solutions if everybody can use in the future. And second, data center, because cloud computing might be very important for decentralization of the all the important public and the private data, because more than 50 districts of the area in the damaged, they lost all the data of the public record. That kind of things we need more systematic framework for the future. So thank you very much for your very good discussions.
Thank you. We have one question that came in over the internet, right? And this is from Jeffrey. He's an amateur radio operator in the Caribbean. And Jeffrey wants to know, what about the use of solar panels instead of, you know, as a source of fuel during earthquakes? Has that been considered?
We've used it pretty extensively in Haiti, and it's helpful. The problem is the technology doesn't provide for a high amount of power. So and it's a little susceptible in areas where you have high storm activity because the panel's flat. So, but it was a reliable source of power, and it's pretty helpful. So I'd say for the diversity, from the diversity perspective, if you could have some operations that are dependent on solar power, it's a real good backup system.
Also, I'd like to add, in California, many of our mountaintop radio vaults do have solar power as the backup, as well as the generators. There are issues in the weather, especially during the winter. However, it is a good, reliable, diversified backup plan for power.
Yeah, we certainly rely on it for a lot of our remote seismic stations, particularly our global network. We have 150 stations around the world, and that's a key, in some cases primary, in some cases secondary.
I was just going to address something that the gentleman had mentioned earlier about maybe sharing of information, especially as far as, you know, there's a lot of our states have partner countries which they share emergency management information with. Arkansas has partnership with Guatemala. Tennessee, I think, has a partnership with one of the former Soviet states. I'm going blank on which one it is right now. But I think, you know, it's those sort of exchanges, they haven't just been good for those countries that are developing emergency management. I mean, and trying to establish that better, they've been good for the states too. They've seen things that they've been able to bring into the states and ideas that they've been able to apply. So I think, you know, as that process goes forward, I think it's very important that we have those sort of exchanges.
Okay. Thank you. I'm afraid we're going to have to close the panel now so we can make room for the next one. I want to thank you all for your attention and thank our panelists for your expertise. It's been a pleasure working with you and talking with you. Thank you.
was a great panel, and you almost got us back on time. The next panel is going to start a little over 5 minutes. Come back about 11:25. Thanks. Well, let's go ahead and start here. The previous panel considered many of the potential effects that significant earthquake within the United States could cause and some of the preparations that are being taken to mitigate the potential damage. Under the Chairman's direction, the FCC has been very active in extending assistance to Japan and Haiti during recent earthquakes, as well as adopting a proactive posture in preparing for major disasters. In this spirit, the Commission established an ad hoc working group of experts within the Commission with the charter to examine the recent Japanese experience. The following presentation will highlight observations of the FCC staff on the impact of the recent earthquake on communications infrastructure in Japan and the extent to which prior preparation assisted in public warning and restoration of communication services. Under the leadership of Mr. Alan Manuel, Deputy Chief of the Operations and Emergency Management Division of the Public Safety Bureau, the team consists of Ms. Anita Day, Senior Regional Specialist for Asia in the International Bureau, Mr. John Healy, Associate Division Chief, Cybersecurity and Communications Reliability Division in Public Safety, Mr. James Miller, Senior Attorney Advisor, Electromagnetic Compatibility Division of the Office of Engineering and Technology, and Zenji Nakazawa, Deputy Chief, Policy and Licensing Division within the Bureau, the Public Safety Bureau, and also a Mansfield Fellow. Please welcome Ms. Day, who will introduce the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moran. Since he's already introduced all of us, I think we can just go into our slides. So we were overwhelmed by the nature and the scope of the disaster in Japan, but we were also impressed with the Japanese government and people's response and preparedness. Japan began its aggressive emergency planning after the massive devastation caused by the Kobe earthquake in 1995. Similarly, we began reevaluating our emergency preparedness after Hurricane Katrina. We also learned a great deal about disaster response after the earthquake in Haiti, where the regulator invited the FCC into the country to assist. The Japanese experience is relevant to us because the country's advanced communications infrastructure is similar to that in the United States. More than 50% of communications in Japan is wireless, and Japan has 75.3% broadband penetration. In this presentation, my colleagues and I will discuss the laws and systems that make up Japan's disaster management framework, the extent of the damage caused by the earthquake and tsunami, and the company's repair efforts, how people stayed connected using traditional and new media, and finally, our observations and takeaways. So now I'd like to turn to James Miller for his discussion of Japan's disaster management framework.
Thank you, Anita. We've already heard from our distinguished guest, Consular Fujino, about the diverse communications networks that enable Japan's disaster response. We'd like to turn now to the frameworks that enable them to save lives and protect property, with a focus on how they detect events, make decisions about them, and disseminate them to the public. The detection of events is something that we first have to focus on the relevance and the nature of the risks. If we, that side. Of course, Japan's sitting on the Ring of Fire, where 20% of the world's most serious earthquakes occur. As an Eagle Scout, having grown up in Kansas, I'm reminded of my home state where we suffer from the most F4 and F5 tornadoes. Clearly, a framework has to be reflective of the nature of the risks and the costs and the burdens affiliated with that. Japan is particularly susceptible to earthquake and tsunami damage, as we've heard. Their framework is closely focused on addressing those risks. We've heard about the thousands of sensors distributed throughout the nation, the most sophisticated in the world. And we've also heard that the frameworks are also capable of absorbing information from other sources, a diverse set of information that could cover other events, including hurricanes or terrorist events. In addition to this, the framework is flexible in how it can target sources for information. Naturally, we've heard how their agencies and institutions are gathering information and actively assessing risks with regards to earthquakes and other natural disasters. But in addition to that, private companies themselves are uniquely positioned as well. Japan Rail Central, for example, that runs Japan's bullet lines through the highly trafficked Tokaido area, where Japan's most serious earthquakes are predicted to occur, maintains its own independent sensor networks, such as the Iridis and the Terrace S systems. Naturally, of course, Japan also can draw from international sources through its framework. And so the framework, we can see, has the ability to balance the cost of preparing for both events that pose the gravest risks, as well as those that may represent a less likelihood of harm, but no less a threat to the public. Now we'll turn to the decision-making process of Japan, which is structured around a basic law for disaster response. We'll hear more about that shortly. The system has a central disaster management council at its center. There is a minister tasked with overseeing disaster management, and this framework at this level pulls together some 26 ministries, stakeholders in both the national, municipal, and local governments, as well as private stakeholders, into a network that establishes the policies and procedures that translate information into action and coordinates technology in the middle through the use of human intelligence. Naturally, the process, as we've already heard, is highly automated. Certainly with the robust and dependability of their earthquake sensing systems, they're able to set in place an automated process to trigger warnings to the public when a certain degree of magnitude of earthquake is detected, magnitude 5 or greater. We've already heard about that. And the system is designed to accommodate false positives and other concerns through a network of trust and central control and management. So the importance of human intelligence is, of course, key in establishing the policies and procedures and linking the two pieces, in many cases, technology together. Moving on to discussion of dissemination. We heard, of course, from Mr. Fugate and others about the importance of traditional broadcast media. Of course, it's served a crucial role in Japan's most recent response, getting the word out to the public and knowing how to do that effectively has been done by broadcast media since its beginnings, and clearly has an important role. In addition to that, we've heard about how mobility and internet-related technologies are also contributing. We've heard about the area mail system that's capable of targeting certain areas and targeting warnings to individuals. We've heard about technologies that make it possible to confirm the status of loved ones and other persons who may have been in harm's way. And this whole network of technologies emerging as a kind of social media response is something that we should take note of from Japan's most recent experiences. It's also important to note that this actually closes the control loop. In addition to bringing information to the public, it also has served as a source of information gathering, an additional source of detection, for example. That's clearly an important observation from the structure of the framework. Now, we also want to note that getting the word out to the public, making sure they're aware of potential harms and making it possible for them to take actions is an important part of the framework. However, Japan's automated and use of the highly technical process also makes it possible to do the kinds of things we've heard already about. The ability to slow trains that may be traveling hundreds of miles an hour safely with no injuries. The ability to shut down elevators or plants that might have posed some kind of a risk should the operation have continued through a disaster event. These are all important features that make it possible for interested stakeholders to leverage their different perspectives and take action through a process of collecting information, policies, and procedures into these actions that can save lives and protect the public.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And now John Healy will offer his analysis of the damage and repairs in Japan.
Thank you. The earthquake and tsunami in Japan caused widespread damage to all types of businesses, including communications companies. NTT East, the major wireline carrier in the impacted area, indicated that 18 central office buildings were destroyed. 23 buildings were submerged during the event. One building was actually moved 500 yards away. In addition, due to the widespread power outage, over 1,000 buildings did not have power. 6,300 kilometers of aerial cable were destroyed, and 65,000 telephone poles were also destroyed. In contrast, during Katrina, by the way, actually there's my visual, so it has the information on it. Only a handful of buildings were destroyed. Katrina actually had far less devastating effects. As Mr. Fugate just said earlier, earthquakes are much more devastating to communications infrastructure than hurricanes. The earthquake and subsequent tsunami resulted in a large number of people losing telephone service. As this next view graph shows, the graph on the view graph shows that wireline lines out of service and broadband lines out of service from March 13th through April 21st. You can see that on March 13th, approximately 1 million people lost wireline telecommunication service. This includes traditional telephone lines, ISDN lines, and dedicated lines. Also on March 13th, 500,000 broadband lines were out of service. By April 21st, on the far right of this graph, you see that only 39,000 wireline lines were out of service and 13,000 broadband lines were out of service. This is a remarkable recovery. The improvement was actually was about 15% per day for the first 12 days. This is reasonably comparable to what we saw for Hurricane Ike in 2008 through our collection of data in the Disaster Information Reporting System. The improvement flattened out, as one would expect. There's still some improvement, but it flattened out to about 2.5% per day for the last 21 days. The next view graph shows the effect on wireless services. This graph shows the number of base stations out of service for each day for 5 wireless carriers in northern Japan. We know that on March 12th, about 2/3 of the base stations were out in the impacted area. On March 15th, the first day that we have data from all 5 major wireless carriers, there were almost 8,000 base stations out of service. On the far right on the graph, it shows that by April 21st, there were only 1,300 base stations out of service. Again, this is a remarkable recovery. Note how the data from each company seems to track. This indicates that the restoration efforts were very similar from one company to the other. There was about a 13% improvement each day for the first 9 days. This is actually better than the improvement we saw for Hurricane Ike. This improvement was reduced to about 2% each day in the last 21 days. We would expect this type of drop-off. My last view graph shows the effect on backup power. Backup power is crucial in Japan to keep communications equipment running. Over 1,000 communications buildings lost power right in the aftermath of the disaster. In large sections of the disaster area, the roads were badly damaged. Actually, over 1,000 roads had major damage to them. This made it difficult for fuel to be delivered to the disaster area and to the backup generators powering the communications equipment. Japan currently has backup power requirements. It's codified in the telecommunications business law, the telecommunications network safety and reliability standards, and the carrier facility rules. In the United States, we do not have anything comparable. We do not have backup power requirements in our rules or laws. The FCC has recently issued a notice of inquiry asking about the advisability of having backup power rules that might increase the chances of equipment running in the aftermath of a disaster. Now Anita will resume talking, and she will talk about maintaining connectivity.
Thank you. Maintaining connectivity for displaced persons and those without power is a challenge after a disaster like the one Japan suffered. You've heard a little bit about this already, but I would like to emphasize that Japanese companies have installed temporary public phones at evacuation centers, that companies have also deployed charging trucks for people to power up their mobile phones. Finally, there are disaster message boards accessible through wireline and wireless phones as well as the internet for people to call to report their status and for others to call in so they can track people down. In the next slide, we see that new media and social media has connected us to the victims of this disaster in a way that we have never experienced before. Twitter didn't exist during the time of Kobe and Katrina, and Facebook and YouTube were nascent at the time of Katrina. But Japan's tech-savvy population has really taken advantage of all this technology. So new media has given us direct connect for help. There were pleas for help going straight to the public. The mayor of a town only 15 miles from Fukushima posted his plea for supplies to YouTube. Another request to evacuate patients from a hospital 27 miles from the troubled reactor went straight to the U.S. ambassador to Japan via Twitter. MIC, the ministry, is now examining how to improve the use of information and communications technology, including new media, in disaster preparedness and response. Now, however, government and non-governmental responders have to decide how to verify the requests for assistance and how to decide who acts on the requests so that efforts are not duplicated. So now I'd like to turn to Zenji Nakazawa for our observations and takeaways.
Thank you, Anita. In studying how the disaster affected Japan and its communication system, one observation that stood out for us was how well Japan's earthquake early warning system fared. As we've heard today, part of the system's effectiveness lies in how it leverages ICT, or information communications technology. That is, to create a seamless link between a network of hundreds of seismic devices and alerting technologies. Now, as you've heard, the system can send text alerts to cell phones, stop trains, and it also can activate TVs and radios even if those devices are switched off. Depending on the location of the earthquake's epicenter, this can happen within tens of seconds. Currently, the United States does not have a system like this on a national scale, but I'll get back to this in a moment. Equally important to Japan's earthquake warning system in general is the centralized yet collaborative framework between the national government and critical industry. Japan's long history of earthquakes led them to develop in 1961 the Basic Law for Disaster Response, which sets forth basic guidelines for Japan's all-of-nation earthquake and disaster preparedness approach. The Basic Law for Disaster Response also requires national and municipal governments, as well as so-called designated public corporations, and these are major telecom companies, broadcasters, and utility companies, to develop disaster management plans, synchronize emergency communication protocols. These changes became the foundation for the public alert and warning system that served Japan so well on March 11th. Now, many have asked why the U.S. doesn't have a national warning system comparable to Japan's and that can send critical emergency messages directly to our cell phones. Well, since 2006, FEMA and the FCC have been deploying such a system that will do just that. The Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPALS, will be a next-generation public alert and warning system that allows Americans to receive alerts through as many communication pathways as possible, including cell phones, TV, and the Internet. Within IPALS is CMAS, or the Commercial Mobile Alert System, which will enable the delivery of mobile alert messages to consumers. As we have observed, the use of cell phone alerting technologies in Japan as part of its national alerting program saves lives and enhances the situational awareness of first responders. So the immediate challenge for FEMA and the FCC will be to meet or beat the April 7th, 2012 deadline. Now, Japan's alert and warning paradigm piques the imagination and offers a glimpse of the possibilities and opportunities of a live, all-of-nation public alert system for natural disasters, as well as for threats to national security. It should inspire us as we move closer toward a comprehensive broadband-based next-generation alerting system as envisioned by the National Broadband Plan. As we pursue the alert and warning system of tomorrow, a few takeaways come to mind based on our observations. First, after we meet or beat the implementation deadline for CMAS, we should think of creative ways to leverage ICT beyond cell phone alerting to include the internet and social media. Already, Japan is exploring how to integrate such technologies into its system, such as mobile DTV, terrestrial integrated services, digital broadcast, DTV datacasting, and Twitter. We should do the same. Second, because Japan's warning system is connected to designated critical facilities such as mass transportation, the electrical grid, and medical facilities, the country is able to virtually throttle electricity, control traffic lights, and of course halt bullet trains during a disaster. We should do the same. Third, community awareness and involvement is also crucial. As we've seen in Japan, and as the previous panel noted, an advanced national alert system is effective only if the people and communities are well informed to know what to do once they get an alert. Because of Japan's intimate experience with natural disasters, community preparedness for calamities is a part of daily life. Now I ask you, if a hurricane or other catastrophe were to hit your neighborhood, would you know the evacuation route or the location of the nearest shelter? Finally, we note that in the past 15 years, Japan has spent approximately $1 billion on their nationwide system. Now, that's a hefty price tag for any nation, especially in times of fiscal uncertainty and cutbacks in federal grant funding. But no, this fact should not hold us back from making progress toward a national warning system, because that will help save lives and it will serve the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Zenji. As we wrap up this segment, I would like to note simply that we will continue to examine the systems and the response in Japan so that we can strengthen our disaster preparedness and response in the United States. Thank you.
Okay, could we, thank you, very excellent panel. Could we have the final panel come up? Okay, thanks. It's my pleasure to introduce the final panel. The previous panels have shown that prior planning can expedite the application of emergency services, especially those within the communications infrastructure. This panel will discuss how communications policies and emergency procedures should be developed and implemented to respond to damage to the national infrastructure. Especially important are considerations for use of federal assets and the ability of individual sectors within the communications industry to recover from large-scale damage and loss of facilities. The moderator for this panel is Dr. Bill Lane, Chief Engineer, and Chief of the Operations and Emergency Management Division within the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Please welcome Dr. Lane, who will introduce the panelists.
Thank you very much, Ken. I sincerely appreciate the kind introduction, and particularly for this panel, we're very honored and indeed privileged to have a distinguished panel of not only experts but practitioners in the field of emergency response. I'll take a little bit different tact in this particular panel in that I'll provide some brief opening introductions to our panelists, and then we'll pose some questions for them that will kind of give us a kickstart for this particular panel discussion, and then of course allow open questions for anyone either via the web or those present to present any questions you may have. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce Mr. Richard Reed. Richard is Special Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Senior Director for Resilience. He received a bachelor's degree in psychology from Purdue University and both master's and bachelor's degrees in social work from Indiana University. Prior to his appointment at the White House, Richard served as the first Chief Emergency Response and Recovery Officer at the General Services Administration. He has also served in a variety of positions at both FEMA and the Department of Veterans Affairs. In his current position, he leads a broad range of White House activities, including the policy development and coordination of federal preparedness for and response to disasters, federal continuity, critical infrastructure protection, and national level exercises. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Richard Reed. Our next panelist is Mr. Whit Adamson. He is president of the Tennessee Association of Broadcasters. After graduation from Middle Tennessee State University in January of 1971 with a degree of economics and finance, he initially entered the aviation business. In 1973, he returned to Nashville, where he served as an advertising account executive in the television industry. 14 years later, he left local television to become president and executive director of the Tennessee Association of Broadcasters. He has served as president of the National Alliance of State Broadcaster Associations and currently serves as the State Emergency Communications Coordinator for Tennessee's Emergency Alert System. Please welcome Mr. Whit Adamson. To his left is Mr. Bob Desiato. Bob is Director of Network Disaster Recovery for American Telephone and Telegraph. Bob has almost 25 years of experience ranging from network design, equipment management and deployment, network validation, testing, and disaster response. He has worked with suppliers to test, certify, and implement equipment for the AT&T network, and has also worked disaster recovery of both wireline and wireless networks. He has worked with government clients at federal, state, and local levels, and has presented at both private and public forums on network disaster recovery, preparedness, and deployments. Most importantly, he brings practical experience to these presentations, having been deployed to multiple recovery events, including New York after 9/11, New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, and Texas after Hurricane Ike. Please welcome Mr. Bob Desiato. To Bob's left is Mr. Prem Ramaswamy. Prem graduated from Carnegie Mellon University with degrees in biomedical and computer engineering and worked at MIT Lincoln Laboratory before joining Google. I beg your pardon, I should have mentioned that Prem's position is product manager with Google. He has been a product manager at Google since 2006. Currently, he focuses on Google.org's efforts around crisis response. Previously, he worked on projects such as Google Checkout, Google's e-commerce shopping solution, and the Internet Bus project. He is also part of Google's network infrastructure team as part of the Make the Web Faster initiative, launching Google Public Domain Name Services. Please welcome Mr. Prem Ramaswamy. And to his left, please welcome Mr. Tim Woods. Tim is Technical Support Manager for Tactical Operations Support for Cisco Systems Incorporated. Tim holds a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from Clemson University and, of course, is a Cisco certified Internet expert. In his current capacity, he leads a team to develop and deploy communication solutions in the incident response market. Tim has been involved in incident response for a number of years, and his team has provided technical response and leadership in events such as Hurricanes Katrina, Gustav, and Ike, fires in California, North Carolina, and Colorado, and earthquakes in Haiti, Chile, and New Zealand. Tim and his team have become subject matter experts on rapidly deployable communications and providing communication systems over satellite-based infrastructures. Please welcome Mr. Tim Woods. In the conduct of this particular panel, because of the expertise that they bring to this particular panel, I've asked each of the panelists to prepare a few opening remarks to give us some of the highlights of their position as well as their expertise in this field. And I'd like to start that process, please, with Mr. Richard Reed.
Well, great. Thank you, Bill, fellow panelists, and everybody that's taken time out of their day to be here. There's a lot going on all over the world, at least of which right here in our own backyard. And so I thank you for the time to talk to you. I think, you know, to the degree we respond well in any event is really a reflection of how we prepared. And I think that, you know, in the military we've got a saying that says the more you sweat in peacetime, the less you bleed in wartime. There is value in preparing and taking time to do that. There is value in investing in preparedness, even though for government in general terms and the rest of business community in more broad terms, that's a difficult proposition. I'll give you a couple of examples, sort of set the stage for at least my thinking and my perspective. Have been at the White House since 2006, career employee with a bunch of different departments and agencies, but have sort of been on both sides of the bars, and so can give you an interesting perspective in terms of the difference in administrations. When it comes to national preparedness and response, there is no difference. Each president is different and unique in terms of their background and political ideologies, but I can tell you from my experience when it comes to the protection and safety of the American people, there's not an inch of difference between them, and my suspicion would be any other president, although these are the only two I can talk about because they're the only two I've worked for directly. Last month, in April, the president signed a new preparedness policy for the country, and a lot of people kind of go, yeah, big whoop. It actually was a big deal, and I'll put it in context of an evolution of thought. You know, everything we do in telecommunications in particular, and in society in general terms, is really an evolution. It's not a condemnation of what came before. It is simply moving things to the next level, and it is based on what we've learned. And in this administration, unfortunately, we've learned a bunch. We've sort of been in the school of hard knocks really since the opening hours of the administration. In January, February, March 2009, we began to experience the first pandemic in over 100 years from a novel virus that's never been seen before on the face of the earth. And a lot of uncertainty and questions about what do you do with that. And spent a fair amount of time figuring that out, developing a quick framework for action, and then moving forward in terms of taking steps to get where we needed to get to. Shortly on the heels of that, it was the earthquake in Haiti, followed a week or so ago, later by the earthquake in Chile, and a lot to talk about there. That, as soon as we caught our breath from that, we experienced the largest oil disaster the country and indeed the world has ever seen in terms of the Gulf of Mexico oil spill and the Macondo well, and of course we can talk a lot about that. And certainly on the heels of that was the earthquake recently in Japan, wildfires in Israel, and lots of other things. The preparedness policy as it's currently in its current form, recognizing that it too will evolve, thinks about preparedness in three fundamental ways. One is that it's an all-of-nation approach to ensure that we are prepared. It involves actions and activities at every level, at the individual and family and community level, at the state and local level, at the territorial and tribal level, nonprofit, private sector level, and of course at the federal level. And so what it suggests is everybody has a role to play. Preparedness is a shared responsibility to the degree that communities are prepared, private sector organizations are prepared, industry is prepared. It enables us then to all respond. Secondly, it's about capabilities. It's about developing the things that we will need to be able to use during a response. We spent a lot of time in the past, and I will tell you on the H1N1, the 4 or 5 physicians that I have in my shop spent multiple hours in a dark room with the door closed, and we threw pizza in every once in a while to keep them fed. But they developed a pandemic plan for the nation. It was a daggone good plan, based on solid science, based on the best learning that we have seen since the 1918 pandemic and going forward. And of course, when the pandemic happened, the one assumption, or the one fault of the plan was the virus didn't read it. And so the assumptions of the plan were faulty to the extent that we were in a different movie than what the plan contemplated. And so therefore it required some adjustments. So thinking about a plan versus a capability, we are sort of interested in developing capabilities. I'm a simple guy. I use simple terms. I think about it like a box of Legos. If you need to put a dinosaur together, you grab the Legos and you put them together in a way to make a dinosaur. If you need a dump truck, use the same things in a different way. It's what the fire service uses, what the law enforcement services uses, what the military use to develop core capabilities that can be applied in a bunch of different ways. And so capabilities in addition to an all-of-nation approach. And then finally, we need to be able to measure. Where are we? What have our investments bought us? Have we increased our capabilities across X, Y, or Z? Do we have more fire trucks? Are we able to surge medical capabilities? Are we able to cover down on search and rescue requirements and those sorts of things? So all-of-nation capabilities based and an ability to measure progress over time is sort of the backdrop for preparedness at the national level across all segments of society. I'll stop there, Bill, and we can talk about any number of things afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Really appreciate it. I'll pose the question as we go, and perhaps we then come back to this question or others as we go. But I know we've shared some experience together in Haiti, and so you have significant recent experience dealing with the international aspects of response to various disasters, and certainly we've seen the situation here today many times over, discussing the situation in Japan. How do you think that we can translate those actions or those disasters that have happened in other places into U.S. policy?
I think it's not as easy as you think it is. That's the first thing to keep in mind. But secondly, I think there's a tremendous amount of lessons learned, and the approach we have from a policy perspective is it's okay to be best second, which is very different than being second best. If there's a best practice or a good policy out there in pick your country, pick your community, pick your organization, and it makes sense in our culture and our system, we should look to adopt that. I think we saw some policies that we want to stay away from, that we learned from the experience in Haiti. And then I think we saw some policies and practices that we learned in Japan that we should quickly figure out how to adopt and incorporate, routinize here within our country. And so to answer your question and not to be flippant, I think there's a variety of ways to do that. It first requires an honest assessment of what is it that we're looking at, how does it play out in the culture and in the circumstances, and then what is useful for us to take away.
Very well, appreciate it. Thank you much. We'll come back to some of the other aspects of this question in a subsequent round. Let's move now to Whit Adamson from the Tennessee Association of Broadcasters. Whit?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel, and distinguished guests in the room today. I'm Whit Adamson, and since 1987, I've been the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Tennessee Association of Broadcasters in Nashville, and we represent the federally licensed free over-the-air radio and television stations in Tennessee. I also would like to stop this afternoon to recognize the service that many of our broadcasters provided in the recent storms. A lot of nice things have been said about them today, and certainly we've been in touch with especially Alabama, and our hearts go out to the people that were affected by those storms. And we just simply think there's no better media combination than radio and television under these circumstances. I also served as co-chairman of the National Alliance of State Broadcasters Associations EAS summits over the past 6 years. We think that was certainly an opportunity that was very timely, and we've learned a lot. We're thankful for the Commission for requesting the forum today and the ongoing support for improving disaster communications. Look forward to sharing with you the often life-saving public service that full power local radio and television stations provide during these times of disaster. Broadcasters are proven, reliable tools in the face of a disaster, And even with the electricity out, causing the internet reception and cable television to go down or possibly cell coverage inoperable due to congested networks, free over-the-air broadcasters can still be on the air delivering vital information to battery-operated receivers. Portable over-the-air radio is among the necessary items, and why we think FM chips and cell phones are so important for any disaster kit. Multi-transmission by any means is important, but more importantly, those who can listen is the critical element. A public notification system must be homogenized, not voluntary, not exclusively the president's system, and with a forced local civil authority with the necessary responsibility. The FCC's whole of community concept acknowledges the close interrelationships between all dimensions of security and addresses the fundamental components of the security spectrum: prevention, protection, response, mitigation, and recovery. We've heard them all mentioned today. And in addition to the broadcaster's ongoing comprehensive news coverage of emergencies, broadcasters are also the backbone of the emergency alert system, which includes the Amber Alerts and similar timely information such as that information necessary to save potentially many lives during an earthquake. And like the Amber Alerts, we must focus on the individual, not the incident, and on the people, not the process. Our citizens are force multipliers who offer specialized knowledge and skills, provide neighbor-to-neighbor assistance, and allow emergency responders to focus on the most vulnerable members of society. The public, quite frankly, becomes the eyes and ears of law enforcement. Broadcasted information is critical to everyone, but we must have filtered and credible sources. Nationwide Amber Alerts have helped safely recover more than 500 abducted children since broadcasters created the program in 1996, with the EAS as the backbone of the alerts. EAS, which is a largely wireless network that connects over-the-air radio, television, and cable system, is used during sudden, unpredictable, and unforeseen events. EAS equipment is purchased by broadcasters at their own expense, and stations must test their systems on both a weekly and a monthly basis. We've all seen or heard the familiar announcement, "The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test." As an 8-state focal point in representing our station's relationship through the NASBA organization, our office has been working with Richard Lee, Associate Bureau Chief for the National Homeland Security Bureau, for the past 6 months to better prepare us and the Commission and the new Madrid-affected states for an earthquake exercise on May the 16th. That's why we're here today. As one of the primary broadcasting liaisons with government authorities for this exercise, I hope that our efforts help recover information and resources needed to restore and/or maintain broadcast operations that include access and credentials, coordination of public messaging, replacement generators, fuel, tower repairs, security at operation sites, multi-language delivered information, utility status, food, water, shelters in place, in addition to the necessary waivers and authorizations from the Commission. We believe that all disasters are local and every community is different. In Nashville, we pay attention to the weather, but we still lead the nation in tornado deaths over the last 10 years. The goal of every disaster plan should enable local authorities to act as a true civil authority to test our system and create the opportunity to initiate real alerts and information. The ongoing reliability and success of the EAS network depends on several important developments. First, you heard it today, funding would help support expanded training of local public officials and how to use the EAS. Currently, there's an unacceptable level in the knowledge and expertise of local authorities in how to and when to employ the EAS. These funds could be distributed through FEMA, which could also design and train a training and education program. Second, FEMA is in the midst of implementing a next generation EAS, which will modernize the technology and computer language used to deliver the EAS system. It will require most broadcasters to replace their EAS equipment, and the expense, quite frankly, is beyond the means of some broadcast stations and local governments. Federal funding would be critical to aiding the many stakeholders in fully implementing the FEMA plans for the next generation EAS. The new equipment has to be interoperable and at least on a state-by-state basis. Third, for little or no cost, cell phone manufacturers could include FM receivers and phones to give consumers important mobile access to radio services, including the EAS messages, radio-enabled mobile phones would allow Americans to access the EAS system and the ongoing life-saving information they'd come to expect from broadcasters during these emergencies. Even when the electrical grid goes down and cellular networks become too congested for telephone calls or internet access, even if only temporary. Broadcasters are grateful for the encouragement we have received from Congress in favor of expanding the mobile access to radio services, and we are also excited about the mobile DTV possibilities currently being deployed right here in Washington, D.C. and in a number of markets across the country. This technology will bring the benefits of over-the-air television to the mobile generation, including live local emergency information. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my views on emergency preparedness and communications in Tennessee as well as nationally, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Whit. Very timely comments, and I would add at this point, as a veteran of Hurricane Katrina, that we've seen both positives and negatives to the role of broadcasters in a disaster situation. And we certainly saw in many comments previously of the previous panel as well as our FCC analysis that the broadcasters can play a significant role in a large-scale event such as an earthquake. Could you take just a second and detail how and what that role really is post-event after a significant earthquake or flood has taken place?
Well, you mentioned Katrina, and maybe that's the perfect example. Almost everything went down after Katrina. A lot of the radio and television stations were included in that devastation. So what we did, and that's what we've been working with Richard in the New Madrid exercise, is we found the next most available signal that could feed information to an area. And I know for one, in Nashville, we have a couple of Clear Channel AM stations that got a signal into the Katrina-affected areas, and quite frankly, that's exactly what they did, is use their signal, their powerful signals, to get information into the Katrina area for the people down there that could receive the radio, AM, and FM information. We got equipment, we got fuel, we got people to the studio sites. Engineers are important. We got the information from the appropriate authorities, and we fed it from outside the normal signal coverage areas that were included in this devastation.
Very well, thank you. Let us now turn to Bob Desiato from AT&T. Bob?
Well, thank you, Dr. Lane. Fellow panelists and everyone, I'd like to thank you for inviting AT&T here to talk about this critical event that could take place. Not if it's going to take place, but when it's going to take place. One of the things I'd like to talk about is what we have to do to get ready for it. We have to practice. People take things for granted, okay? We haven't had a major hurricane hit the continental United States in a few years, but that doesn't stop people from not having it hit again. So what I mean is people forget. So the one thing we want to do is practice. And one of the things coming up at the end of this month, like has been said, is the NLE 2011. We're anticipating that this is going to happen someday. We're practicing on it. AT&T takes great pride in its preparation for these events. What we like to do is to get our plans together, to actually practice those plans. And one thing you want to learn is each time you go out on a disaster or each time you go out on an exercise, you will always learn something. It is critical that you take those learnings back and you learn from what you have practiced. Okay, if you just shelve your business continuity plans, put them away, don't look at them for months on end, when you have to go to them, they're not going to be ready. One of the lessons during Katrina, very simple. Came across some state police barracks that didn't have power. Why didn't they have power? They had a generator sitting there, couldn't start the generator. Look at it, the last time the generator had been started was 3 to 6 months prior to that, and it wasn't even sure if that was it. So one of the things you want to be sure of is to learn from your mistakes, to practice what you learn, and to keep those things documented. Another fallacy that comes into effect is that people do not document what they have to practice, okay? People think that, well, I got a document, I have a business continuity plan. Well, what's going to happen with that business continuity plan when I go to execute it? When I go to execute that business continuity plan, if you're the one that wrote it or you're the department that has it, you'll sit there and you'll run through the business continuity plan. You may get to a point in there and you just bypass something because you're not reading it. You're not actually following it. What you're doing is you know it so well that you would just take it for granted what's written in there. What we want to do is what I suggest, what we practice at AT&T is that we bring in other people that may have never seen this plan, because one of the simplest things you can find is that when you go down on the business continuity plan, you just ask a simple question. You skip this gentleman. Who is this gentleman that has in charge of satellite phones? Oh, well, he doesn't work here anymore. Well, now who's there? But if you didn't have that person in there to inject that, then what will happen is you'll just assume that that person's still doing the job. So if a disaster strikes, you go to that person for those satellite phones, he doesn't exist anymore. Well, who's been bringing up those satellite phones on a monthly basis? It was mentioned earlier today. Satellite phones are a big part of communication. AT&T has various satellite capability. We practice that during the recent tornadoes that happened in Alabama. We have some equipment that's been deployed down there. It's satellite equipment. We brought it down there. We can put it up, and we can pick up cellular phones. We have a NEBS plan, a network emergency management structure within AT&T that is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. One of the things that we do is that, and one of the major things is, and it was mentioned earlier, and I'm glad to hear about amateur radios, okay? We have still amateur radios. We still have people that can actually key. You know, people don't Morse code. Who can read it on the other end is another question, but we actually have people that can still do Morse code. We also have the capability to send email over the amateur radios, okay? We have become a society where information is critical. To get that information, you have to have communications. We take it very seriously that communications have to be up as quickly and as fast as possible. So we will try to get into an area, repair the capability, bring that communications up, have it start running again so that people can get information. One of the things you suffer is when you go into a disaster area, you may have an area that has very limited communication. First responders have to go in. When they go into an area, what they need is communication. They need to tell people what's going on the outside. They may be in there first. They may need medical. Medical may not have been able to evacuate in the case of Ike when we were on Galveston Island. The hospital on Galveston Island could not be evacuated. All the patients could not be taken out. There had to be patients left there, okay? So we provided some communication there. We have satellite capability to do that. The other point I want to make is disasters, whether they're man-made, whether they're natural, we're always prepared for them. They have to be ready to go. Your stuff has to be ready. Your equipment has to be utilized. It does no good for a satellite phone if you have a satellite phone and it sits in your briefcase and you don't use it, or at least try to use it once a month. When it comes time to use it, the battery may not be charged. Well, now you have a problem because you may not have electricity to charge the satellite phone. So you want to make sure that it's charged. You want to make sure that it's up and running. One of the things you want to bring is that, and what I want to emphasize here the most is practice, okay? We practice our capabilities in various ways, from tabletops to actual physical exercises. So they bring us ready for any type of disaster.
Appreciate it, Bob. Thank you very much. During the previous panel, they investigated the potential impact or the effects that could result from a large-scale disaster such as an earthquake. And we've seen much discussion over the potential for an earthquake situation in the New Madrid region that is a multi-state event. For a larger carrier such as AT&T, how do you approach the potential for expanded and large-scale impacts to your network?
That's a very good question. One of the things you have to take in consideration here is that AT&T has in place overall a network emergency management plan. Inside that network and management plan is we have capability to go and activate our emergency operations centers.
We can interface to various levels of government, be it federal, state, or local level. So we can activate those EOCs. Inside the EOCs, we also have local regional centers because, like was said before, you have the best people on the ground are the people that know that local area. So trying to do it from a national standpoint is great, but you still have to have that local taste. They may be able to get in there, and they may know something about the area that we may not, from coming in from a national standpoint. So one of the most important things is to look at what you have. Public safety is number one. We have to make sure that people are safe. We have to make sure that our employees are safe in the area. For instance, when Japan struck, we have capabilities built into our business continuity plans that have means for our employees to call in to make sure that they're safe. Same thing on a large catastrophic event. We make sure the employees are safe. We bring in people to look at the different outages that are happening there. And then our Global Network Operations Center, who has an overview of the entire area, will direct us and say, okay, this is the way to go into this area. We don't need, and we have to work very closely with power companies too, because one of the things you want to remember is that telecommunications only needs two things to operate. They need environmentals, which is HVAC, and they also need power. Okay, power is critical. Power, it means generators. Generators means fuel. Okay, it's just it goes down the line. So our main thing is to work with local utilities, work with the utility companies, especially in the emergency operations centers, to say, okay, we have this area of the country over here, or this state. When are they going to have power back up? Well, they're going to have power back up in an hour. Okay, well, I've got equipment in there that can last 8 to 10 hours on batteries or on generators. I don't have to go into that area right now. I can now concentrate on another area. So the main thing is the coordination between all the different entities.
Very well, thank you. Let us turn to Prem, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we can get the slides up. I have a short little presentation to go through. My name is Prem Ramaswamy. I'm a product manager with Google.org, which is Google's technology-driven philanthropy. And I work specifically on Google.org's crisis response team, which looks to make crucial information accessible in the aftermath of a natural disaster or humanitarian crisis. I'd like to point out we're a fairly young team, formed about 1.5 years ago after the Haiti earthquake. I wanted to I thought it was appropriate with the news headlines lately to talk about the first time we used Google.com as an alerting property on September 11, 2001. We used Google.com at the time to talk about where you could go to find information. I find it interesting to see how far we've come in the use of the internet after disasters. After September 11th, we actually told people to turn to places like radio and TV because of the inability of the internet to handle the traffic. We think we've come a long way in the last 10 years, and I'd like to talk about some of the resilience the internet offers and how we believe internet tools can help spread information in the aftermath of a disaster. I'd like to show a short video on some of the things that we have done to date. Looks like the video might not be working.
How's your song and dance?
Yeah, no. So I guess we'll skip the video. I'll go ahead and talk through some of the things that the video does talk about, though. So we've in the past 1.5 years worked on numerous tools to get information out there to individuals utilizing many of our properties. The fact is there's a question about whether the internet actually lasts in the aftermath of a disaster, and time again, whether in Haiti, in Chile, in Christchurch, in Alabama, or in Tokyo, Japan, we've seen, or in Sendai, Japan, actually, we've seen that the internet is resilient, that internet traffic actually does exist, and that routes actually are able to be reached over the internet. The fact is when phones are unable to work because of congestion, when SMS is delayed by hours because of the mere volume of it, the internet still works as an avenue to get information. But the problem is right now that information does not exist online in what I like to call a simple, standard, and open format. And so I'd like to talk through a few of the things that Google does in the aftermath of a crisis and a few areas where I think that local government, some of the partners here today, can kind of help us in getting that information out there. From Google's standpoint, okay, we'll go to this slide now. We've responded to crises all around the world. We're not experts in this space. We depend upon a lot of authoritative sources to provide us the information. And this is just a map showing some of the crises we've responded to in the last 1.5 years alone. And this year, we've responded to more crises than we have all of last year combined. I talked about how the internet works after disasters. This is kind of Haiti, your worst case scenario. Fiber link goes down coming into the country, and you get a microwave link that still exists, though, over the Dominican Republic. So if you look at this, this is what buildings looked like, but here's what Digicel looked like. So cell towers were still standing, and we heard stories from the ground in the immediate aftermath that people could use their cell phones to get on Facebook and Twitter to be able to share information with others overseas. Now, this lasted as long as your battery power lasted, which has been pointed out numerous times by many different people. From a traffic graph perspective, the red line represents the earthquake, and you can see the traffic fall to near zero, but not to zero, and that's the key. So there were houses, computers, and power outages widespread throughout Haiti, which is why you see why you see internet usage drop so much. And it took almost 4 months for that to return back to normal. But in the case of Haiti, you can see again, in the case of Tokyo, you can see again a drop in the aftermath of the earthquake, but that drop completely goes back to normal that very day itself and is basically back to normal the following day. And we saw internet usage from the Sendai region asking questions like, where can I go for help? Where can I find shelters? These are the questions that are coming out of there. And it's not just graphs, it's stories from the ground. So we received this open letter of thanks from Ruth Shirashai in Tokyo, Japan, who said that when her phones would not work, when her SMS would not work, that Gmail helped her connect to those around her. And it wasn't just Gmail again, it was internet tools like Facebook, Twitter, and other portals online. I wanted to go through some of the things we did specifically for Japan. One of the things Google does is we launch a landing page, which we kind of think of as a general resource site, where we put useful information and links. This includes everything from maps and satellite imagery we might collect from some of our partners on Google Maps and Google Earth. It includes outage and transit outage and power outage information and other alerting information, donation resources, and some actual tools that we create that are specific to disasters. One such alerting mechanism that we also use is our actual homepage. So in the aftermath of the earthquake, we used google.com in 4 different languages to alert of the impending tsunami alert for all Pacific Rim countries. And we know and we have data that shows that people come to Google to find this information. In the aftermath of the Japanese earthquake, for example, the island of Hawaii had 20+% of all queries related to the term tsunami. Now, we also launch tools that are specific to crises. Person Finder is one such tool. It's a common missing persons database. Again, it's simple to use. It uses a standard called the Person Finder interchange format, and it's open source, and it has an open API. And what that means is that organizations like NHK or the national broadcaster in Japan, as well as the local police in Japan, can easily integrate to our database to push and pull information to and from it. In addition, we were able to create useful maps on the ground. So these are shelter information maps for Japan. Now what's interesting is, someone referred to this earlier, that it's very important to have this information in preparation of the disaster. It actually took us 11 hours to get this map up and running. We had to go to numerous of the prefecture sites in Japan, the government websites, pull the PDFs from the websites, convert them into a standard format so we could talk about geographic information, and then show them on the map and make it open for others to access. This is another example where simple, standard, and open can be extremely helpful. And so you might be asking, what can we all do? So I wanted to talk about some of these open standards that I'm a big fan of. One is the People Finder interchange format to talk about missing people. Another is KML, the keyhole markup language, to talk about geographic information. And the final one is CAP, or the Common Alerting Protocol, which is what the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System from the Department of Homeland Security will use. We talked about Person Finder. One of the things I wanted to mention was Person Finder is also an integrated database. So rather than victims going to 14 different sites, if they go to any one of the 14, they get the same data because of this open access that you have here. It's also able to scale and handle traffic. We managed over 36 million page views in the first 48 hours after the Japanese crisis, and we're holding some 600,000 plus records in the database. This is actually an interesting map of shelters in the southern part of our region in the aftermath of the recent tornadoes that have ravaged the south. Now, this took us almost 72 hours to get up and running after we worked closely with the American Red Cross. This is something we'd ideally like to have available the day before the crisis, and we want to have it available so people can access it on Google Maps, Bing Maps, whatever source that they come from. And to be able to do that, we need this data in a standard format. And we need to have the licensing around this data in an open way that organizations can go ahead, use it, and publish it. And then finally, alerting information. I showed this landing page earlier, but one of the things I didn't mention was this involved contributions from dozens of Google employees around the world. We were picking up phones, calling people up, pulling personal contacts, trying to get papers signed quickly so we could get this information, get it into a common machine-readable format, and push it back online to our users. Now, if this information exists in advance of the disaster in a format like the Common Alerting Protocol, then we can go ahead and automate these processes and get the information out to our users in a targeted way much better. Now, one of the things that Mr. Reed talked about earlier was the importance of doing this in a non-disaster setting. If you're not doing this for power outages and for school closings, you're not going to be able to flip the switch and do this in the case of a tornado or a hurricane. And so it's important to get this information out there in advance and be comfortable with using it. So again, this is a picture that we took when we were down in Haiti, and I think it really kind of shows the excitement that I have at the power that technology can have in this space. I think all of us who are here, whether we're technologists and geeks or policymakers or citizens just interested in doing good, really have the opportunity to utilize technology and the power of the internet to alleviate suffering in the aftermath of a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prem. I think we're all excited as a result of your presentation, as a result of much of the discussion earlier today that's highlighted the import of Internet products that you suggest. And in fact, I saw Richard really leaning forward on this particular question, because one of the requirements that the Commission has, and we work very closely with our partners at the National Communication Systems, with NTIA, and of course our colleagues in the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House. But that leads to a presentation of information to the White House and to the National Communication System of situational awareness during a disaster. How do Internet products, or how should they, fit into that reporting scheme?
So I think they fit in multiple different ways. So there's a question on situational awareness. A lot of times when we talk about situational awareness or use terms like common operating picture, we think of it in the term of first responders or aid organizations alone. But we need to also include the end consumers of this data, which is both the direct victims and their relatives and family who are trying to find information in the aftermath of a crisis. And so machine-readable formats is a nice way to talk about it, but at the end of the day, consumers want to see this information in the tools they're used to using on a day-to-day basis. Kind of a story I want to tell is when we were down, we took a team down to Haiti about 3 weeks into the crisis down there, and we were embedded with the 82nd Airborne. And a soldier in the 82nd Airborne was using Google Maps to determine his route for his patrol route for the next morning, and I was a little shocked because I worked on the systems that are, the $1 million+ systems to do mapping for the Army, and I asked, why is he doing this, and he said, because that's what he's used to using. And so if the U.S. Army is using this, it's definite that a citizen isn't going to go to a separate portal set up after a disaster. They want to utilize the sites that they're used to in advance. And so putting data in formats like KML, publishing them online, making them accessible and open for others to take and use is a key to making this common operating picture possible. The other thing is when you make it open, it's not just Google who can work on it, it's other technology companies, it's other developers out there who can actually take it and innovate on it in ways that we don't even think about.
Great, very interesting. Two former Army Rangers are recalling our days of using maps to find our way in the dark.
You can use one of these now.
Yeah. Tim, let us turn to you and Cisco's view, please.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Lane, fellow panelists, and distinguished guests for inviting me to speak and participate as part of this panel. I really wanted to focus on four major points that you've kind of heard throughout the day today, certainly on this panel. The first of which being preparation. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Exercise, practice, the same general theme that we've all been preaching. There's nothing that takes the place of that. It puts us in a frame of mind where, to Prem's point, you start to normalize technology and the use of that technology. It becomes part of your everyday nature. Google Maps on a phone. Those are the types of things that people then are used to using and don't have to relearn in the wake of a disaster. The next point is partnerships. Ironically, this is the first time Prem and I have actually met face-to-face. We've talked on the phone several times, and actually our teams have partnered and worked in the field together, specifically the San Bruno gas explosion in Northern California about 2 years ago now. But it's great to build the partnerships both externally here between private sector companies, but also private and public sector entities. Also building partnerships internally. I know within Cisco and also Google from our conversations, there are multiple partnerships that exist within the different organizations to pull different resources together to respond in the wake of a disaster. Once we have kind of collected our thoughts and our internal teams, we then reach out to our external partners. Many of the people on this panel have also participated in partnerships with NetHope, other NGOs and relief agencies throughout the globe to provide them access and awareness of various technologies that they can use in response to various emergencies. Excuse me. And then lessons learned. This is something that everybody should take away. Mr. Reed talked about this originally. Really, it's about evolution. It's about having these business continuity plans, these emergency actions plans being living documents. Learning from every event, being able to take data points from every event, and being able to look at yourself and your plans and your actions in a critical way to do it better next time. We've definitely done that on my team. We certainly have a long way to go. We've done well, but we want to look at ourselves with a very critical eye to see how we can do it better in the future. It also leads to the lessons learned. Just as technology evolves, it leads us to embrace different technologies. There are a lot of things available to us today, us being people who deal with disaster and emergency response, that weren't available 10 years ago or 5 years ago even. These are the things that we have to learn about and really incorporate into our business continuity plans to do things better in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tim. I appreciate it. I'd like to, in asking my question next of Mr. Woods, begin to expand our consideration by the whole panel and, of course, the audience at large. So, Tim, let me ask the question. We've spoken now of a potential event with a large-scale impact, and Bob suggested in his discussion of a large service provider being able to respond on a localized basis, even though the event is much larger. In terms of the national infrastructure of our communications systems, is there sufficient capacity within the network to respond to a large-scale event such as a multi-state earthquake in the New Madrid region?
You know, part of that is putting some bounds around, you know, the large-scale event. What is the impact? Really figuring out the breadth and the depth of that impact. We've seen events such as the tornadoes most recently in Alabama, where power lines no longer exist. Right, so power has become a really a source of problem for the state overall. From an infrastructure standpoint, I think there is a lot of dependencies, but one of the themes that was brought up early on, actually on the first panel, was about diversity and diversification in backhaul, in technology, in even suppliers, right? Being able to have diversity across all those different mediums so that you're not locked into one, say, fiber optic line that was brought up earlier, right, where everything backhauls into one fiber optic line and that gets cut by an earthquake and then all of a sudden everybody's out of communications. The other thing is to have backup assets, right? These are assets that private companies may utilize or may have in their possession. These are assets that the federal government may have at their disposal, whether they be FEMA assets, National Guard assets, state, local, etc. Putting together some type of repository of information that collects this data so that when something happens, the NCC or whomever can reach out and tag specific either vendors, service providers, or state and local governments to go reach out and grab this data, or excuse me, grab these assets, is another way to attack that problem of a really broad reaching impact event like a New Madrid event.
Bob, do we have the capacity?
The backbone has a large amount of capacity. The capacity of the backbone can handle, we came across this when we were doing the pandemic planning. One of the things that came up was that, can the backbone handle it? Yes, there is sufficient capacity in the backbone. Where we get into problem is the last mile. Okay, a lot of people call it that point from your origination point to the first terminal office. Okay, that is where you run into problems, where you could have capacity issues. I like the idea about bringing up diversity. Diversity is a real big problem. We have within the telecommunications industry, we try to build everything as diverse as possible. Single point of failure is not acceptable. You don't want one line going into a building. You ask people, well, how many lines do you have coming into the building? Well, we have 2. Yeah, but for half a mile, they're both running on the same conduit. So if the gentleman digs up a hole, he's going to dig up both of the fibers, so you're out anyway. And then, like Tim just said, have plans for bringing back equipment. One of the lessons we learned about 20 years ago when we had a major disaster in Chicago was that we don't want to have to wait for equipment to be ready to rock and roll, to be ready to receive service, to be ready to go, to bring back that capacity. So what AT&T has done is we've created a mobile fleet. We have a mobile fleet with several different pieces of equipment on it that we can bring to bear if we were to lose this. So instead of bringing back a central office or a major telecommunications hub in a matter of, we can bring it back in a matter of days or a week instead of bringing it back in multiple months or even years. So capacity, yes, there's a lot of things that go along with that. One of them is being diversity, and of course your backup.
Tim, you mentioned the potential availability of backup assets and resources. And at this point, I'll not only pose a question, but also invite open public participation. And if you have any further questions as well, in continuing our discussion of how to respond to a major incident, who has responsibility for managing those assets that we kind of vaguely defined thus far?
From a Cisco perspective, we have an organization that gets stood up in the wake of a disaster or a crisis, specifically now dealing with Alabama and Japan. It's our customer crisis team, and as I mentioned before, it's a partnership within Cisco made up of several different organizations, mine being one of them, and really it's focused on our customer and partner needs. So within that organization, within that group, that virtual team, if you will, we have representation from our service supply chain folks, our order management team, our sales teams, to the point earlier of the local entities really knowing the customer set. We were talking about local broadcasters knowing how to speak the language and say the specific name in the town in Mississippi. The same applies to our local sales teams knowing the needs of our first responder communities, state and local governments, et cetera. All of those people are brought into one collaborative forum to address the needs that come in. So there is an organization, not necessarily one person, that controls those assets. We have pre-positioned and pre-configured disaster response assets that my team controls specifically. But when it comes to a disaster, say the scale of Japan, those are things where we have other customers who've been impacted over a broad geography and that we really need to address as quickly as possible through our manufacturing and order management processes.
So if that's not enough to meet the demands of your potential customers, and I look to the panel at large, where do you go for the additional assets that you need? Anyone? Or is that too tough?
No, people, whoever has the expertise, I think that's what you've got to find. I mean, the equipment and the technology is obviously in place, but you've got to find somebody that can get the information and get it from the right and credible sources. You know, I wouldn't want to leave here today without reminding everybody, but radio and television stations use all of the above media. We Facebook, we Twitter, we internet. We have, fiber optics. We have microphones, microwaves. We have a little bit of everything. And, as long as we got a little diesel power or some electricity, we think we're pretty good to go, with the help of everybody at the table today.
I think just to add on, where else do you go? It's back to some of my first comments of partnerships. You reach out to whether they be technology and vendor partners, service provider partners, whomever they may be, to help you scale. And I think part of that, from a federal level anyways, is coordinated through the NCC, and that would be one place where we would reach to if we needed assistance, if we couldn't get it internally.
But Dr. Lane, I think you bring up a good point, that this is a space where there hasn't been a good solution, in at least our opinion yet, where this, from a broader perspective, this is where do you find resources, or I have certain needs and where do I go to get them fulfilled? And we've seen different cases and different specific disasters where certain players fill the spot very well. And it could be everything from I need a couch to sleep on, in the case of Christchurch, New Zealand, where the local version of eBay, which was a company called Trade Me, showed up and was able to provide this trading service so people could get beds to sleep on, essentially, when they didn't have it. But we also see this problem in the case of Haiti on hospitals exchanging information on, where the local cardiovascular surgeon is. And so you have these different resource finder applications that have popped up, but the problem is none of them have kind of been able to conquer that simple standard and open part of the argument to make it actually take off. And so I think this is an open problem. I think this is something that numerous people out there will continue to try to work on to try to solve.
Just to make two comments on that. People resources are very important, okay? Like's been said, it's very important to make sure that you have the correct people in place. Now, one of the crises you run into is, for instance, down in Alabama, what recently happened, okay? We have personnel that live in Alabama. We have people all over the world, but we have personnel that live in Alabama. Now, could we call on them to help recover the network that it was down? Well, you can, but you would rather make sure that their families are safe, that their housing is safe, that they don't have to worry about it. So we have the capability to bring in people from other regions of the country. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means it goes back to what I said previously about practicing. You have to practice. These people have to know when they're brought in. This person may be from the state of Washington, California, or wherever, but if they're brought in, they can still operate within that mode. So I think that's a critical aspect of it also.
This question of the availability of resources and assets then logically brings us back to the question then of seeking federal assistance to meet a local demand. So Richard, that brings me back to some of the federal questions. What restrictions are there, particularly within either the national response framework or perhaps even in statute, that either hinder or could potentially delay federal response to a major incident from a policy perspective?
It's a great question. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to answer it, but sometimes we get caught up in the tanglefoot of things, as they say. There's a theory within bureaucracies, and you all have probably felt it at some level, is that at the end of the day, the problem that we face may overwhelm our ability to solve it because of our inability to subtract. And this is the challenge of evolution. This is the challenge of how do you move forward in a smart way. It speaks to the tyranny of the bureaucracy a little bit, and it also speaks to the sort of cultural norms within organizations, and that is to say, if it ain't broke, let's not fix it. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, and hopefully in a few minutes. We saw in the late 1980s the Exxon Valdez as a ship with a confined and knowable amount of oil experienced some problems and began to leak that oil across a very finite, definable and understandable geographic area, and then the consequences of that. And much like we do in a good way, in this country and in others is once we identify a problem, off to the races we go to solve it and to come up with a solution. So that happened in the late 80s. In 1990, the Congress rightfully so spun up and produced the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. Great piece of legislation that essentially had at its premise the polluter pays, right? As in terms of how do we make whole communities and the environment and all of that, and how do we find safer, better ways to do the not necessarily safe business of energy production and all of that. And so 4 years later, in 1994, that piece of legislation begat the National Contingency Plan, which has been codified in the Code of Federal Regulations and therefore has the effect of thou shalt as opposed to thou might or you may want to consider. And so for us, in the bureaucracy that we live in, it is binding to the extent that you need to make sure you are aware and understand how these documents play as a family of documents. And I'm not suggesting that they were, created with something sinister in mind. They were created with very well thoughtful intent to make things better at the end of the day. Fast forward the tape, that's 1994. We go through any number of evolutionary or devolutionary events, depending on your perspective, throughout the history of our country and certainly the world. And we see, everything from September 11th, we see Katrina, we see Rita, we see earthquakes and floods in Pakistan and in China and across the world, and we learn lots of things, and we create new wonderful documents to deal with those kind of things. We saw the National Response Plan evolve to a National Response Framework. We saw the creation of a new department in the federal government called Homeland Security. We saw the merger of 22 previously independent or autonomous organizational elements that do important things get merged together in a very fast and one could argue potentially not as well coordinated way as it could have otherwise been. You see the creation of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence as an organizing group around the 16 intelligence agencies in this country, who, by the way, did some very good work over the weekend I think you could all be proud of. But not necessarily did we go back and remove any of the good work that had been done before. And so sometimes the event, as I indicated earlier on the pandemic, didn't necessarily read our plan or understand what our planning assumptions were, presents itself in a way as to then cause a bit of a stutter out of the gates in terms of the federal, the state, the local, the corporate, the non-profit, the private sector response, and that sometimes is not altogether helpful. I remember vividly, and Bill, you'll remember as well, in Haiti, it took a little while, and I think where our role as a federal government is really to provide the coordination and facilitation of, and to, as the comments on Sunday with Secretary Napolitano, Donovan from HUD, Vilsack from USDA, Karen Mills from the Small Business Administration, Craig Fugate, and Gail McGovern from the American Red Cross, Sunday morning in Alabama and Sunday afternoon in Mississippi, was to say we have a coordinated commitment to ensure a comprehensive response in these cases where it doesn't necessarily fix everything, but part of the federal role is to coordinate and facilitate and to provide some space in between the bureaucratic approach to getting things done, to think about the notion of all of nation. I would rather go to Prem, to Robert, and to the folks here at the table to do that which they exist to do, not to ask them to do something different during a crisis, this notion of continuity. Replicate that which you do daily. You'll probably do it fairly well during a crisis because that's what you do. Try not to do something different or unique. So, long-winded answer, Bill, to your question. Our ability to, nobody has enough resources, a big enough budget, enough people, enough equipment to do all of the things that need to be done. That's the first instance. In the second instance, in order to get done what needs to be done, we have to be creative in terms of marrying up resources and capabilities, finding ways to stitch it together that aren't illegal, immoral, or unethical, and then do that on behalf of coordinating and facilitating a response. So hopefully that captures it.
Very well. I appreciate that. I'll take your advice and actually ask the rest of our panel what restrictions that you are all recipients, if you will, or potential recipients of federal assistance and or federal guidance, in a very loose interpretation of that term. But from the recipient's perspective, what are some of those restrictions or delays that you could see in gaining federal assistance?
I guess you want to start with me next, maybe just very briefly.
I think you just did. Well,
we don't have big behemoth organizations like everybody at the panel does, and in Tennessee we've got probably a few less than 200 stations with 5 or fewer employees. So we don't go through the bureaucratic process. We go through a daily routine, and we know the communities, and we do the best we can. So if you had to answer that with one word, I would say money for most of those guys. But there are requirements that dictate equipment and processes, and we deal with that. We're federally licensed, and for the most part, I think everybody does a great job.
One of the things I think was, and this is again, I like to keep things, like Mr. Reed says, I like to keep things very simple, okay? One of the simplest things that we have problems with at all levels of government, including federal, is access, okay? We need to get into an area. Now, here I come in the telecommunications industry with a truck, big AT&T Globe on the side of it. I have my company ID. I pull up to the local police officer, and he says, can't go in. Okay, why? Well, I got restrictions, nobody in. But I've got this letter from the NCC. Who's the NCC? Okay, let's try again. I've got this letter from this. Now let's try again. And we keep going down the line. So I think if I could bring a message here today, one of the messages I'd like to bring is access into an area. I've been working on this for a number of years. I've dealt with different states. George Washington University tried to do something a couple years back, wasn't too successful. Right now in the state of Alabama, we hadn't had problems. We worked with the NCC, but access into an area, to believe that make it a standard access, so that from the federal level all the way down to the police officer standing on the corner. Now, I'm not going to blame him. He's doing his job. He's got his orders. One of the easiest things we had to do was getting around during Katrina. You know why? Very simple answer. I told you that we provided a power supply. We provided a generator to one of their state police barracks, okay? As soon as we did that, I had a business card with the captain of the state police's name on it. If I needed access into an area, all I did was I picked that card up and I called this gentleman. He had a trooper there, and then we got into the area. But access into an area, in order for us to restore communications, because the message that comes across in this forum right now is that we are a information-heavy environment now. So information is critical. Getting that information is critical. So access into an area in order to provide the technology to bring the access back up.
Prem or Tim, any comments with regard to federal assistance?
So since you're here, Mr. Reed, if you don't mind me picking on you for a bit. So
Hardly ever happens.
So there are 3 things I wanted to talk about. One is, so I think the integrated public alert and warning system is a great start and a really great idea. But right now it's endemically delayed. In addition, there are organizations like NOAA, the National Weather Organization, and USGS for earthquakes that are producing feeds in the Common Alerting Protocol because they have engineers who've taken the leap of faith to do it. They're not funded to do it. And yet they're expected to do it. So there's a mandate without the required funding that's associated with it. And I think this is a key example of where national level, state level governments can help to make sure that this can happen. In terms of bringing us to the next generation so that we can get something like the emergency alert system, but for the web. So that's one area where I think government can really help out. The second area is about data. And so it's 2 things about data. One is the open access to that data and the open licensing of that. And I'll use the specific licensing that I'm talking about, which is Creative Commons licensing, which means you take it and do whatever you want with it and don't even tell us that you used it. And this is a scary concept a lot of times for government, but the fact is, by utilizing that, and this is my third point, that we can take advantage of the numerous developers and citizens out there who are interested in doing good and at the end of the day can innovate at much faster paces than government or even private companies like Google can at times. And so by putting the data out there, whether it be evacuation routes, shelter data, feeds of data on alerts, you can have this innovation that can occur outside of just the realms of Washington, D.C., and I believe that we can reach a lot more people that way.
Tim, any comments from
just from a benefit
recipient of potential federal assistance?
Yeah, just from a federal assistance or benefit standpoint, I think one of the things that the government does now, but probably could do more, it's been a general theme of what we said, is practice. So being able to plan and perform exercises and have those exercises funded at the federal level, and encourage or possibly mandate private sector participation. You know, if you're relying on a specific service provider in a certain geography for your critical infrastructure, mandate that they be a part of that exercise and walk through their business continuity plans. They may learn something.
At this point, I'd like to open our forum up to any questions from our audience here or via our web, and I think we have a couple of folks. Yes, please, the lady behind you, sir.
Hi, my name is Christine Thompson, and I'm president of a small nonprofit by the name of Humanity Road. We've been doing online disaster response on the internet for a little over a year and a half, and we provide preparedness information to the public prior to a disaster. We also provide information during a disaster, sharing local emergency management agencies' websites, and we talk with the public using the internet during a disaster and after a disaster. I wanted to share with you some of my observations by doing this over the past year and a half on what I see in the public happening and how I think that we should consider the public and some actions we can take to help prepare in a I'll say a virtual way. A lot of our plans right now are very, very tied to a geography, and that's by nature because that's the way that the government is structured. However, communications is not tied to geography, and it's becoming less and less tied to geography. The public is learning about disaster preparedness and response every day by the events that are happening all over the world. Since the digital revolution, they learn about how to protect themselves in the street with first aid information if they're being attacked. They're learning the spirit of the human nature and how that human nature overcomes the despair and destruction of disaster. Because in a disaster, ordinary citizens performing extraordinary acts are who lead us. People are not responding because they're part of this company or that government or this organization. They're responding because they have a passion to help each other. They're people helping people, and they're doing it all over the world. I have been so impressed with the public's handling of the disaster in Japan. NHK and their communications with their public was absolutely wonderful. The human spirit of the Japanese was inspiring, and it was inspiring to everyone in the world. The folks in Alabama saw that. The folks in Tennessee saw that. They took action in the past 7 days, and it's been 7 days. They took actions to help themselves in their communities and to activate themselves. And as I was driving here this morning, I heard on the radio how Alabama Emergency Management and the people of Alabama, and I know this was bigger than Alabama, but there is quite a lot of media coverage there because of the major damage, about how the government is getting high marks on their response to that event. And so in my observation and the observation of our volunteers, by having that transparency, like Alabama Emergency Management posting their information on their daily situation report online on the web, that provides their public access to information immediately instead of waiting for an emergency bulletin to come through. I myself on April 16th at 3:45 in the afternoon received a text message that said, there's a tornado warning for your address. Not your area, your address, by zip code. 4 minutes later, a tornado passed over my house. I wouldn't have known that was going to happen. 10 minutes after that, the emergency alert system came on. I didn't get notified in time through the EAS system. As we know now, 310 tornadoes struck in 1 day, and that's an all-time U.S. history record. You cannot advertise or broadcast that many tornado alerts unless you have a high-tech way to do it, and it's there. So the technology's there. Everyone's willing to use the technology. They just may not be familiar with some of the technology. There are a lot of free products, as Prem was saying, that are available to use. It doesn't cost the government, $100 million to implement. This costs me $8 a year, and some of this can be done for free. So,
Christine, could I ask that you move to your question, please, because we are time limited.
So my suggestion and question is, would you consider implementing something called a virtual emergency planning council? And that would be in line with the local emergency planning councils that are in place through the CPG. Consider implementing a virtual emergency planning council to get together to talk about those types of technology things that can be done with having the communications organizations working together. Okay.
Thank you for your question. Any of the panelists care to address the issue of establishing either a federal or otherwise virtual emergency planning council? Prem, perhaps you could be the most targeted on this one.
Putting me on the spot now. So I think what you suggest is a great idea. So I think already, as Tim said earlier, for example, Cisco and Google just share a Google Group mailing list, right? So we just have a mailing list that both employees are on, and someone emails it and asks, what are you guys doing, what are you guys doing, and then we go from there. It's much less formal, but it works right now, and we have this with numerous other companies and partners, and also private institutions and government institutions. So I think formalizing something like that would make sense, but I think that's something that probably Richard should take up. So I'm passing the buck.
I think it's a good idea, but I will go back to my comments earlier. We need to be careful what we add. I think more so going forward, it's better to look to optimize the utility of the various fora. It's not necessarily a new or a different discussion than what is occurring in other forums. And so I think maybe the best way to figure this out is how do we integrate, or how do we stitch that capability in with the other ones? How do we add that piece to the box of Legos, if you will? And I think there's a way to do that. I would look to not only my colleagues here, Jamie and others, but also to other elements of the executive branch, specifically DHS, National Communications Commission, and perhaps others. But I think there is a need. I think there is space and room. I'm just not sure we need to create a new box.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one other point here, which is the Crisis Commons Group. So the Crisis Commons Group kind of serves as a virtual crisis group that brings a lot of volunteers together. A lot of individuals in government also sit on that mailing list and chime in when there is information that's available. And they've helped out from everything from Haiti all the way to the recent Alabama tornadoes, and also will be testifying Thursday in front of the Senate, I believe. So I think that utilizing the existing list like Crisis Commons could be a great venue to get something like that started.
I think we had another question there. In the interest of time, because I must admit that this particular room is committed a short time later after this event. But please, I think we have one more question. Please keep it short.
Thank you very much. And I'm Professor Obich again, and I'm a project leader on the APEC digital inclusions, and also OECD project on the ICT application for aging peoples. And the critical point of the disaster victims is the aging peoples, according to our survey in Kobe earthquake and northern Japan earthquake this year. And aging peoples, in terms of the population, is only 1/5 of the populations in Japan, but the victims of the disaster is the 2/3 of the populations. So how you can focus on these critical phenomenons, how we can save the aging people from the disasters in terms of the availabilities, accessibilities, and capabilities, usabilities. Thank you very much.
Anyone care to address that question?
Take a shot, Bill. I think it's a great question. I think special needs populations, whether they're aged or limited in other ways, children, for an example, or others, must be included in the local planning. The federal planning, by nature, is looking at it from a very different optic and relying on the local communities, families, communities, in our case states, in your case prefectures, to organize themselves in a way that accommodates the special needs populations, whether they're children, whether they're aged, whether they're pets, those sorts of things. We struggle with that here as well in this country, and have seen in many cases our own institutions and organizations not thinking about that. For an example, the Red Cross would set up a shelter but not allow you to bring your pet. If you have a pet or if you want a pet, the point is they're part of your family, and you would expect them. A lot of folks would not go to a shelter without their pet, and therefore aren't receiving support. So it has to start at the local level. It has to be included and accommodated within a policy framework and structure, but it has to start locally. That's my take.
Any other comments from?
I think it's a great question also. One thing I would point out is, some of the tools that we try to build at Google, at least, we try to make sure that they're accessibility compliant. So that means things like low vision, things like, access for the blind or the hearing impaired are all compatible with those tools. Now, I will also point out, obviously, that an elderly population that you point out tends not to be the population that's online all the time. And so this is also a shortcoming of some areas where things like radio and TV can really also help get the message out.
Yeah, and I wasn't real sure if he was talking about the device. He may have to go back to maybe a low-tech unit like a weather radio or something, or if he was talking about the content. And with the content, that's a different equation. Sometimes you have very limited time and information, and it's almost got to be general audience information, because you got a lot of multi-languages and a lot of specific information that's just not, feasible to differentiate in your content and information.
Very well. Unfortunately, at this point, we'll have to close this panel. I've been very fortunate to be able to work with a distinguished panel, and we've addressed some really interesting questions and some very difficult questions with regard to the response to what hopefully won't happen to our country, but I'm sure that it probably will in terms of a large-scale event. On a personal note, I would like to thank our panelists for your participation today. Everyone, please join me in thanking them. Ken?
Thank you, Bill. I want to thank all the speakers, all the moderators, panelists for their insightful presentations and discussion, certainly this one. I want to thank the staff for handling the logistics to make sure this forum was possible, and all of you in attendance here and on the web. I think we've been here over 4 hours. I'm hearing some stomachs rumbling here, so. But I'd like to close with a few thoughts. In a very few weeks, I think June 1 exactly, the 2011 hurricane season will begin. And many of us in the federal government have already begun our emergency preparedness, getting our staff ready, our equipment ready, looking at our contingency plans and all of these things. But in a very real sense, the earthquake season is always with us. There is no off season. With the randomness of the earthquakes and the little notice we get, we simply must always be ready, and that is the huge challenge of the earthquake preparedness. I want to especially commend FEMA for planning this national level exercise that we've discussed. That's planned for later this month, and it's designed to assess the nation's readiness to respond to a major earthquake in the U.S. And I want to commend all the federal, state, local, and private organizations that will be participating in this exercise. It is very important that we learn as much as we can about our readiness from this exercise. So with that, the forum's closed. Thank you.